2019, believe it or not. We obviously had a couple of hybrid goes in December 2021 and March. Those were a bit of stepping stones. And we had almost at full attendance in New York in terms of in person. And I'm happy to report that the only reason that we don't have full attendance has nothing to do with COVID itself, but because the slowness of the visa process for our friend Warren. So we look forward to welcoming him soon. Hopefully the appointment will come through. As always, all participants have received the agenda papers for our meeting. Notice of the meeting has been provided to the public, and the agenda papers are available on our website. Also, I wanted to welcome, again, in person, our official observers, Janine for the PIOB. Yosh, it's so good to see you in person again. I'm sure your body clock prefers these hours than the hours you've been providing us, and Jim Dalkin, our CAG chair. So thank you for being here. I also wanted to inform you we have a new secondee to our IAASB who's serving a dual role as Sachiko's TA, Kazuko Yoshimura, who started on April 26. And she joins as a secondee for the JICPA and is working closely with Amy on the LCE project. If you've looked at this week's agenda, and I'm sure you have, and you've seen the schedule, this is really everything we're doing right now on this board meeting. So it's a really critical board meeting for a lot of projects. We start with listed entity and public interest entity. The goal is to approve the ED. The ED provides the auditor's report as the mechanism for disclosing the differential independence requirements for PIs that were being applied. The goal is to have, based upon the comments today, the task force will take away the draft, and we plan to approve the ED on Friday. So make sure you raise all your substantive comments today. Editorial comments should be submitted to the task force and staff, and then we're working on turning the documents. I wanted to also note that we're joined by IAASB board member Sungnam Kim, and I think the IAASB staff. This has been a real project of collaboration and coordination between the two boards. Today also, we have audit evidence. We're dealing with changes in the draft to respond to comments at our last meeting. We'll also be talking about conforming and consequential amendments. The plan still is to approve the ED in September. You know, I think it's really important when we come back later this week to talk about solve some of the major outstanding significant issues. Then we turn to sustainability assurance, which seems to be a hot topic on the agenda these days. It probably, in terms of our outreach, takes about 50% of lots of our outreach meetings, which has been great. We've learned so much on that. Huge appreciation for the working group for advancing us to this stage. Our goal is to put something out there that the market wants in a timely fashion. What we're looking for the board is the views on key areas we need to focus on in terms of taking standard setting action on sustainability and how we will approach our work. Going concern is the next topic. The second part of Tuesday sessions, we will be discussing the going concern task force initial views and recommendations, including preliminary drafting to address selected topics on the topic. This includes the topic of the timeline over which going concern assessment is made and our approach to enhancing transparency and communication with those charged with governance, communication with external parties, and the auditor's report. Wednesday, we have ISA for LCE. And we'll be talk about the feedback we've received on the major overarching themes from the exposure draft in terms of the proposed standard for less complex entities. For this session, we really would like your guidance on our path forward. so we have some clear direction and could give clear signals to the marketplace. Now that has to be, of course, taken into account all the views that we've heard. Then we turn on Thursday to fraud. The board will be focused on discussing the fraud task force's views and recommendations on several topics, some of which we have discussed previously. Also, we'll be discussing the initial drafting of proposed ISA 240 revise. Let me just say a few things that's pervasive. I hinted on this. We really appreciate the offline comments that we received. It's really helpful to the task forces, the task force chairs, the staff in preparing for the board meeting. But we don't want you to rely on your offline comments for any significant and substantive issues. If there's a doubt, please raise them on the public session, in the public session. That is essential to the working of this board and to our due process. A few other reminders is on Tuesday and Thursday, we have arranged some lunch sessions to discuss the beginnings of what will be our next strategy. So check your emails to see what group allocation you have and the matters for discussion. On Thursday night, we'll have our shared cost dinner. I'm hopeful that many, if not all of you, will attend. We'll be excited to have a social setting for this board. And on Friday, we have an executive session planned after the approval for the PI-ED, and we have a few operational issues to cover. I should pause for a second right now and just thank everyone who's been involved in the paper creation for this meeting and all the materials. Truly excellent considering how much is on our agenda for the week. A few other things before we start. Last week, I just should note that I was humbled by being reappointed for another 3-year term. And I just wanted to thank everyone in this room because without you, the first 3 years could have been as successful as I think they've been. And so I really rely on you. I'm really excited about these next 3 years. If you look at our work plan, there's so much of importance for the public interest. Now, I got into this job not as an auditor or an accountant, but as someone who passionately believes in the value of the audit and assurance profession to make markets work better. So I keep that in mind. I think it's a critical moment for the profession to maintain trust, and that's our role to help them do so. And so I'm excited for the next 3 years. I'm humbled, but I just want to say I know it really depends upon you. So thank you for your efforts. I also wanted to note that since we met last, that PIOB has approved ISA 600 in our work plan, public interest focus in uncertain times. That gives us our roadmap going forward. Also to note that we issued a fact sheet to help users of our standards adapt to the clarified and updated definition of engagement team. The new fact sheet addresses the clarified definition and its possible impacts. It also includes a diagram that walks users through who specifically is included and excluded in an engagement team. We've also issued a non-authoritative guidance that illustrates the relationship between ISA 240, the auditor's responsibilities related to fraud and an audit of financial statements, and other ISAs when planning and performing an audit engagement and reporting thereon. I've gotten really positive feedback for both. Significant outreach has occurred in the last quarter. I refer you to agenda paper 1. We talk about all we've been doing from an LCE standpoint, sustainability, particularly with our monitoring group colleagues and other stakeholders out there. We'll have a little bit about that later. The other thing I would say to you is if you've been doing outreach, which I know many of you have, we try to capture that the best we can. But if you haven't sent your outreach in, please send them to Villy and Hankin so it's reflected in the public record. For those who are following us on YouTube or elsewhere, highly encourage you to follow us using Twitter, LinkedIn, and again, subscribing to the YouTube channel. Okay, logistical matters. Just a reminder, the cameras and the Zoom are linked. So that means when you're speaking, please press your button. There are a couple seats that you may need to use manual microphones. When that occurs, ask the person next to you to press the button, as I understand, because the camera will shift that way. When you're done speaking, make sure you turn your microphone off. If you, reminder about COVID, if you have any symptoms, do not come in. Make sure you get tested. We ask you to clean up after the meeting. Food arrangements for the week have all been individually packaged for breakfast and lunch. I guess, Warren, when you join, and you have joined, I'll be looking out for you. Use your Zoom hand function, raise hand function, and I'll make sure I'll get you in. Draft minutes for the March 2022 meeting, as well as the April 26th, 2022 meeting, have been posted this morning for board approval. The minutes will be approved today after the audit evidence session. Let's turn to the business at hand. We're going to start with listed entities and PI. We're going to ask you to comment on the draft and presented in the exposure draft for the IAASB's proposed revisions to ISO 700 revised and ISO 260 revised. The task force provided an explanatory memorandum to it. That's not really meant for full discussion. It was meant to clarify, to give you some clarification, see how it's being put to use. It's really about the biggest issue we want you to see is the framing of the alternative in the document. So on the ED, please focus your comments on that. On the EM, I guess we're going to talk a little bit about the framing of the alternative. If you have comments on the EM, which usually is drafted after the fact, please send those to the staff involved in the project. We will circulate the EM to you for fatal flaw comments as part of our new process before we publish. Josephine, are you ready? Okay, let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Warren. First of all, as always, we'd like to start with my long list of appreciations. Board members, as just mentioned, who have sent in their comments and drafting suggestions, very much appreciated. We've got a PI task force meeting tonight and another one. We will go through those comments as well and beaver away. Thank you for the support of our IAASB colleagues who are also joining us today. And also to the auditor reporting consultation group who actually have helped us with ideas like the table that we have in the document and of course some of the illustrations. So great thanks to them. Certainly helped us focus. And then of course to my fellow task force members, we have Chum Wee, Fernando, Len and Sung Nam, and who was IAASB colleague. And finally, but the most important of all is Kalina and Natalie, particularly as we've had some very last minute changes, which were back and forth in consultation with others. And Kalina, as always, answers my questions over the weekends, which is far above and beyond what's required. So thank you. And Vili, for your support in helping us fine tune some of the wording. Okay, so if we can move on to the next slide.
There's a little construction going next door.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what it was. I thought it was feedback. Sorry. Okay. So we have about an hour and a half to talk through the draft, exposure draft. As Tom says, please do raise your significant comments on the exposure draft. Not that I have any concerns that our board is shy at all. And then, as I said, the task force and staff will beaver away in the background to provide you with an updated ED Thursday lunchtime. And then Friday, following the lovely Sue's audit evidence, we'll go through the final changes and seek approval of the exposure draft. It is in your papers, but just as a reminder, you will receive the updated explanatory memorandum on Monday next week. And then we're looking for fatal flaw comments by the Friday, which is the 1st of July. So that's the plan. And then if we go to slide 3. Please, thank you very much. So it's feedback time, and Jim, by all means, jump in on this one. But we did meet with CAG last week, which was a great opportunity. And generally, of course, CAG are supportive of the exposure draft and the option presented. Those that did favour and recognise their favour for option one at the March meeting reiterated their support or preference for option one. However, they were pleased to see it explained in the explanatory memorandum as an alternative. In terms of ISA 260, it was suggested that the requirement should actually specify the relevant ethical requirements being applied. That should actually be communicated. But I did explain that it is implicit in the requirement to communicate compliance with the relevant ethical requirements. It is part of paragraph 17 of the standards. So therefore, the application material in that regard is really highlighting that in certain circumstances, you may have differential ethical requirements that apply. There was also a question about whether it's necessary to describe PI, but we did explain at the time this is going to be part of our track 2, and we agreed that with the board as well in March as part of our project proposal. There was another point about multiple layers of ethical requirements, particularly in the EU and national jurisdictions, and whether we should accommodate that in our illustrations for ISA 700. And so I explained, given that complication and it is jurisdictional based, it's probably more appropriate for our audit reporting consultation group to actually think about that in the context of its resources and whether resources will allow, as part of their post-implementation review or frequently asked questions, because it's more about a particular situation. Okay, and then that was, oh yes, and then there was some suggestions, apologies, to actually maybe streamline the EM a little bit more to enhance the understandability of the proposals. So if we could have the next slide, please. Clearly, as Tom has already iterated, we continue our coordination with and collaboration with our IAASB colleagues. We have an IAASB board member on our task force. We've all met Sung Nam now. And of course, we intend to discuss progress with both our boards. And of course, the explanatory memorandum includes specific questions for IAASB's consideration. Next slide, please. Hurtling through. So IAASB did get an opportunity to talk about our proposals at their meeting last week, and overall they're happy with what we presented. They support the questions, of course, regarding the mechanisms that IAASB could consider as alternatives to the audit report, the public disclosure, the transparency requirement, and a question on review engagements. One board member suggested that IAASB should have additional requirements to publicly disclose the if and why differential requirements were applied voluntarily. And this would be an IAASB requirement, not an IAASB requirement. But you'll recall from the previous discussions on this topic, the focus is on the disclosures of the fact that they were applied as opposed to the how the auditor got there. If we move on to the next slide. Thank you. Oh, and I have done the terrible thing and forgotten to ask Jim to jump in on the CAG comments. I do apologise, Jim. Please do.
I feel like a lounge singer.
Yeah.
The debit and credit band or something like that.
I was to say, I feel like a lounge singer. And so now the debit credit band will start. One comment that did come up with the CAG discussion, which I just wanted to add on because it sort of parlays into the last slide you had. And that was strategically, there's a lot of pressure, and justifiably so, to talk about transparency. The downside to transparency is that has the risk of lengthening the auditor's report. And so I think one of the comments we had, and this really isn't so much for your task force, Josephine, because I don't think, at least if everything was working well, it would substantially increase the report unless there were lots of non-PIs and so forth and so on. But just the general question strategically for the board was, think about the auditor's report and what's most important in that auditor's report. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. And I'll be looking forward to your karaoke a little bit later on today. So this slide is just simply a summary of the key aspects of the explanatory memorandum. We've explained the public interest issues that we are hoping to address. We have set forth the proposed revisions to ISA 700 and ISA 260 as agreed at the March meeting. Also agreed was that we would explain the alternative approach and the other ideas we had about disclosure. And as I agreed with IAASB and IAASB at the March meeting, the proposed approach to 2400 and 2410. So if we could have the next slide. Actually brings us immediately to the first question. So the question, which is in your issues paper as well, is to the board, Tom, do you continue to support the approach to amend ISA 700 revise and ISA 260 revise as explained in the explanatory memorandum, which is an agenda item 2A? Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Josephine and Jim. Anyone wish to come in? This is just general support, or are you seeking detailed comments yet? General support. So am I safe to say that there is support for the approach? Anyone object? No objections. So you have support for the approach.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And then if we move on to the next slide, a little bit more granularity there. IAASB, Tom, asked for their views on the draft ED, and that's presented on pages 20 to 25 of agenda item 2A.
This is where I expect some interventions. Isabel.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. Happy to be again with you all in New York. I have a minor point, but when reading the draft, it jumped to my eye. It's on the conforming change we are doing in ISA 260, and more particularly on the paragraph A32A. So we say that the relevant ethical requirements may require the auditor to apply differential requirements and publicly disclose, which is true, and it's a real may, because it may or it may not. But then we say the auditor may communicate to who's charged with governance. So I think it's a little bit unbalanced, because if the relevant ethical requirement require the auditor to report in the auditor's report, it's a little bit strange that you do not communicate first with who's charged with governance before including it in your auditor's report. So I understand that we are in the application material and it's difficult to build a requirement, but I just wanted to share my perception when I read this paragraph.
Thank you, Isabel. Kaiwe?
So I hope it works. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here and see you all. Thanks very much. I have one comment to A35, big A. The wording in the second and third sentence of this paragraph suggests, in my sense, that auditors would, regardless of any ethical requirements or encouragements to do so, determine whether it is appropriate to apply differential independence requirements. These sentences were actually introduced because of application material in the IAASB code to encourage auditors to make such a determination, and therefore that is what these sentences should state. There may be cases where auditors make no such determination, but simply apply the differential independence requirements voluntary. In this case, there should be no requirements to state that these differential independence requirements were applied. Further, those requirements are applied to the audit of the financial statements of the entity, not the entity as suggested. I have provided wording offline of this comment and other procasts below, and I will address this issue offline. Thanks.
Thank you, Kai. Sachiko.
Thank you, Tom. And first of all, I'm so glad to come back as yours as well. First of all, thank you very much for the task force's hard work. I think the draft exposure draft reflect our discussion in March, so I support direction. And I only have one comment on the term certain entities, which is used in the exposure draft, such as in paragraph 28C in ISA 700. I know this term has been already used in the project proposal, but when I talked to people before the board meeting, I got reaction from them that this term may be confusing for people because it seems to mean a specific individual entity rather than, a specific type of entity. I think it will be easier to understand by replacing this term as a certain types of entities rather than, certain entities. And I also have a comment in explanatory memorandum, but I already sent it to the team. So please take a look at that when you finalize explanatory memorandum. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachiko. Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom, and thank you for the task force to help us with the papers in front of us. I don't have much, but the area that I struggle with is the amendment of the review standards. And I get the point that we're not touching 2410 because nobody wants to touch it with a barge pole, which I question anyway, but it's a separate topic. I believe that the IAASB code also applies to review engagement, and I am not convinced at all that 2400 shouldn't be amended for it. Thank you.
Ado, there are quite a few questions, or there were some comments by board members on 2400 and the alternative approach. So what we've done is we've got a supplemental question for the board, which will follow this piece just on the exposure draft, and we'll talk about that. But yes, I don't get your point. Thank you very much.
Sue.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Josephine and the team. I probably had a similar comment to Sachiko about the use of the term certain entities. And it might be a question as much as a remark, which was I wondered whether by using something like that, there might be kind of unintended consequences because you have differential requirements for LCEs, for example. So while the focus of this has all been intended to be towards pies, and I understand why we don't use the term pie, by being so broad in that respect, whether we are potentially scoping in entities that weren't intended to. And actually, Ado, to your point on the review standards, I had a look back at 2410, and I think we've concluded that this change doesn't make the existing situation any worse. So the inconsistency is as it's always been. But the comment was on the certain entities. Josephine, please.
Eric.
Thanks, and again, congratulations to the task force for really good work. I think I didn't have too many significant comments on this. I think the one that I wanted to mention first of all was just in 28C where it uses the word only, and then it's used that word is used in a number of different places throughout the ED, and I just wasn't sure whether we really needed that or the significance of it. And I had the same comment about certain entities as a couple of other people have mentioned. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to sort of explain what we mean by that if we're going to continue to use that phrase. Those were my comments on the standard itself. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Yosh.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much for the task force. It's my first time for presenting my comments, so I'm very happy to come back. Oops.
Could I ask Kai just to press your mic too, so the camera switches?
Okay. What's the types?
Yeah, it's okay.
You can use it. But
Yeah, thank you.
So do we have the camera? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's I'm very happy to be here again. So even if taking a 12 hours flight, I have two comments of that the PIs. If emphasizing the transparency of the audit report, I think when the audit is not required to be subject to the relevant ethical requirements, such as non-PI audits, it is necessary to require the statement in the audit report that the audit is not required to be subject to the relevant ethical requirements as a statement. I think that's one comment. The second comment is about the paragraph 25, addressing maybe as mentioned by Isabel, about paragraph 25, addressing the update of ISA 260 for communication with TCWG. In view of the importance of compliance with independence requirement, I think that it should be to provide as a requirement rather than application materials, I think. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai Morton.
Thank you. Good to see a full room again, almost. Also, thanks to the task force for the papers presented. I think it was really easy to read and look back to the project proposal and what we're trying to do. So kudos for that. Don't have that many big comments. I had something similar to Isabel in the beginning, and then also on A32A, the additional application material there. It's connected to just the header or the paragraph that it's connected to. The content of that application material is not really directed in that requirement. So I wonder whether the people reading the standard would actually go into the application material to see that it's relevant, because it's no real hook back to the application material there. So wonder if they'll go into that and read the application material if they come across that situation. I think we had a discussion on the placement of that application material earlier as well, and we landed there, but I'm not sure that we're in the right spot yet. Thanks.
Lynn?
Good morning, everybody. And I, like others, it's a delight to be here, even after 24 hours on an aeroplane. So I know we've seen each other's faces, but it's quite different being able to just see each other in person. So I recognise that, and thank you, Josephine and team, for this work. I agree it does conform with the previous decisions. I've just got two comments, and on reflection, one may have been the previous question. My first comment is in terms of A35A, where I just want to put on record that I like the bit about confidentiality linked to future plans. I think that's a valuable part of that particular piece of application material. My second point is, having read now everything, I stood back and I thought, how is this going to be seen by users of our audit opinion? And I know this boat has sailed, and I know IAASB have made the decision, but I did wonder how helpful adding this into the audit opinion is actually going to be, and what degree of understandability there's going to be of, one, public interest entities, but secondly, that we have had different ethical requirements and what they are. So that is a rhetoric question, but I just wanted it on the public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
First of all, thanks, Josephine and the team. And Lynn, I'll echo your comment. Your last, it's a good hypothetical to put out there, but, will it really have an impact and will it really mean something to somebody? Josephine, I sent some comments in, and the only one that I'd ask us maybe to pause on and see if other folks had the same reaction is it's back in the appendix when you go through and you tee up the illustrations. And when you tee up the illustrations, you make a point in the second bullet to clarify that what we're talking about is differential independence requirements. It's nice and clear in the tee up. But when you actually look at the suggested revised opinion, it gets broad again, and it comes back to ethical requirements, and it doesn't really hone in the opinion to tell the reader that really what we're trying to get to is the differential independence elements, not the entire broad span of ethical requirements. So I just asked folks, I don't know if other people reacted the same way, but again, I thought the tee-up was good, but the suggested opinions, I thought opened it up and was a little bit overly broad. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Wendy?
Okay, so I echo some of the sentiments. I'm happy to see some of you again and some of you for the first time. It is definitely different live in the room than on little squares on the screen. Josephine and the task force and the IAASB staff, this was a high quality turnaround and exposure draft, very impressive. The objectives of track 1 were met. It was very easy to read. Sent in a couple of comments, continue to support the approach. There's a couple of themes or concepts that we sent in, and one was, and part of it I think is what Diane honed in on, is there definitely needs to be education as to the what and the why, meaning the concern we had was whether or not it would imply for non-PIEs that there were lesser independence requirements or somehow some lower level of quality or some lower level of something. I mean, it just didn't come through very clearly. So education, implementation material, wherever it ends up. Also conscious, and this is the good education that I've had from educators and academics, very conscious to not ask questions that are leading to a particular answer. Have them be more open-minded and more, the table's good for the alternatives, but is there anything else that you think would be more better? We obviously went right to the transparency from where the IAASB sent us in terms of the audit report and those charged with governance, but I'm not as sensitive as Jim mentioned to the length of the auditor's report because there's many other things that we're doing. I mean, this to me in the end could be 3 words, but how the education goes out as to why those 3 words I think is critical. And I think that covers the areas that I wanted to point out on the public record, and don't really have any concern about the review opinion that some mentioned, meaning typically the review opinion disclosure follows on from whatever in the audit relevant to the review. So I think we're okay with that as long as the purpose is well understood by the potential users. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel?
Yes, I'm back with a point I forgot. It's related to the appendix to the ED. which is an appendix to the explanatory memorandum and not an appendix to the standard. But maybe we could consider as having it as an appendix to the standard, or at least as an application guidance staff paper that we could issue. Because it's very relevant, this appendix that is on page 17 to 19. So I understand it was prepared to show face-to-face the proposed approach and the alternative approach. But even if we remove the column on the alternative approach, it's really helpful, at least for the situation number 3, where you have no disclosure to make in the report, because when you read the proposed modification to the standards, it does not jump to your eye, but you may be in a situation where you have nothing to change. We would really like to see this not be lost when we will finalize the standard and have it somewhere accessible so that everybody can use it to understand the requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Julie?
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks, Josephine and team, for the papers. I hadn't spoken up before now because I didn't have any comments on the ED itself. I have sent through some comments, Josephine, on the EM to you and the task force. But I was just reflecting on what Diane put out there as I guess, a question to the board a little bit about adding in or thinking about adding in wording around the differential requirements in the opinion. And I actually think that would be good from my perspective. I think it gives a little more clarity as to what we're talking about. So I just wanted to come in and support that suggestion.
Okay. Wendy?
Sorry, I also left out one point for the EM. I think, and this is in paragraph 12 of the paper, it's not clear to me that perhaps IAASB may have to consider further action if the IAASB exposure draft results in inconclusive or broad rejection of putting it in the opinion. So I think that needs to come through in the EM to the ED. Thank you.
Okay. Sue?
I'm sorry if we've moved on to the EM. I just had a couple of. No, you want me? I can keep quiet. You're coming back on that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sorry.
So, Josephine, do you want to wait for Sue's remarks, or you want?
We weren't going to talk through the EM. We were going to focus on 2 topics of the EM, but we did get lots and lots of board comments on the EM, so we've got quite a bit to work through. But Sue, if you feel like there's a comment that you, please do raise it.
It was only a couple, and I suppose like others, we've sent comments and suggestions through. But there was one piece which was in a group situation. It would be helpful in the EM to think about how that applies where you've got a group that's got a mixture of pies and non-pies, because it was difficult to sort of work that out from the proposed changes. And then probably like others, we've suggested whether there should be a kind of follow-on in question 2, because you say, do you agree with this? And then I think probably just saying, and if you don't, what else would you do? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Josephine, I think that's all the 10s up.
Okay, thank you ever so much. And again, thank you as well for the offline comments. Isabel, on the point about paragraph 17, the requirement is already there to discuss the relevant ethical requirements with those charged with governance. We use the term relevant ethical requirements because they could be all sorts of different requirements. As we know, it could be IAASB, national ethical requirements. And so we believe that requirement is already there. I'm not quite sure why it would be therefore necessary to have an additional amendment to that requirement to say, and these might be differential requirements. So if the board, and so we'll probably need to come back on this, if the board feel that particular requirement in paragraph 17 is not clear enough, then we would like some feedback, Tom, on that. And because that's what the requirement already says, that you discuss the relevant ethical requirements with those charged with governance. So I think it's covered. So maybe that's one to come back to the board on. Caillou, thank you. Yes, I did get your comments, and we could perhaps tie that into paragraph 419A. But yes, that was recognised, and thank you for your suggestions. So we'll have a look at that. In Sachiko and Eric, and certain type of entities. I mean, we did discuss this, certain types of entities, certain entities, and we did agree that we would land on certain entities, but perhaps there were some other suggestions that came through from other board members on another way that we could perhaps fix that issue. So we'll have a look at those suggestions and see what we come back with. And then on certain entities. Oh yeah, and Eric, on your point on uses the word only, we had one other board member who also raised that point as well. I thought it was a fair point. So we'll have a look at those comments and see if that amendment can be made. Obviously, I can't agree to. I think as a task force have to discuss it. In terms of Josh, your point, I think I've just explained that we believe 17 already requires you to state the relevant ethical requirements that should be applied. In Kai, in terms of A32A, I think it's more of a question back for you. Are you saying that actually what we just need is to make sure we get our cross-references right in that? Because I see there is actually a missing reference.
Whether it's a cross-reference or we need to do more, I'm not sure, because if you look at 17, it says in case of listed entities. And if you're not in the situation of a listed entity, you may still have differential requirements that you need to report on, and you may therefore, if it's connected to that requirement, you may not go to the application material because you're not in a listed entity situation.
Thank you.
Could I just, the logistical issues that getting some feedback, please talk closely into the microphones. People in the back of the room are having a hard time hearing. So it sounds a little strange, but using your karaoke skills, Jim, I'll ask him to demonstrate shortly. Please speak closely into the microphone.
Thank you. Wendy, thank you on education. That's a fair point. IAASB did actually explain a little bit in their basis of conclusion how they address the concerns about 2 levels of independence, 2 levels of quality. So I think essentially what we would look to do is have a similar piece of feedback in our own basis of conclusion as well to make that clear. So appreciate that. Isabel, on the appendix and other education pieces, it's almost like you need a decision tree scenario. So we'll talk to the auditor reporting consultation group and think about what we could perhaps do in that area. But that was a good suggestion. Thank you. On Diane, Wendy and Julie, adding in a differential requirement. I mean, this one is very difficult because I'm not quite sure what it is that you're looking for in the words in the basis for opinion here. And, you know, we've looked at these a few times now, and so I'm not quite sure what else that we can do to that basis for opinion to highlight that these are differential requirements. It does say as applicable to the particular type of entity, and therefore implicit in that is that they are differential for that type of entity. So that perhaps that's something that you could help us out with in terms of how you think the wording should change here to make that clearer. Yeah, okay, thank you. And Sue, yes, thank you very much. On the group mixture of pies and non-pies, we'll have a look at that. And I think those were all the main comments, and unless there are any others. So the only point then is the communication piece, Tom. We do need clarity on what to do with this requirement.
Does anyone want to respond? Is it not so much a fatal issue and you're comfortable with getting feedback as presented? People are nodding their heads, Josephine. And, one of the points I say, we got some philosophical points about the usefulness of disclosure. I assume that we'll get feedback if we craft. People don't think so. What I really will look for is the users who we're creating this for and their feedback. Obviously, we hope we get feedback from users on this topic. Okay, back to you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So if we can move on to the next question, and as I said, and this wasn't in your pack, but it came through on some of the comments. So we're actually going to just stand back from this. We had a couple of comments on the alternative approach and the material that was presented in the explanatory memorandum. And some board members were of the view that it's actually, but to be frank, it's unnecessary. And then we did, however, get feedback from the CAG that they thought that was actually very helpful. So we're, what you might call here, rock and hard place scenario with this one. So we're going to ask views on that. And then the other comment that came through is that whether the approach for considering to revise IAASB 2400 is correct, and whether in fact we should actually present that as part of the exposure draft as well, alongside the amendments to ISA 700 and ISA 260. So two pieces there. And again, apologies, sort of put you on the spot a little bit, but if you could give us some feedback on whether you believe that alternative approach should continue to be presented in the explanatory memorandum, which is paragraphs 27 to 30, and whether also you consider whether to revise IAASB 2400. Thank you.
Okay, our bonus questions here. Edo.
Thank you, Tom. Josephine, the alternative approach presented, I didn't have much issues with 27 or those paragraphs 27 through 30. Sorry. I wasn't convinced that we needed a table in the back. Well, I think we've made our mind up that alternative one was the approach we would follow, and I didn't see much value to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks. Yeah, I was worried with the presentation of the alternative approach. First of all, it doesn't include the material that would actually change in the standard if the alternative approach was actually adopted. And it's the first time I think I've ever seen an exposure draft where we've said we think we might do it this way, but we could also do it this way. What do you think? I think my sense has always been that when the board issues an exposure draft, this is what we want to put in the standard. And so I'm not sure. I'm worried that stakeholders might be confused as to why are we giving alternative approaches and whether we support it and so forth. And if you did get support for that alternative approach and you haven't actually presented the wording that would go in the standard, I'm not sure what the next steps would be for that, because they haven't had an opportunity to comment on the wording. So that was on the first one. Do you want me to talk about the? Yeah. Okay. On the review engagements, I had kind of a similar concern, as that it's we're not really taking a position. We're just sort of throwing out a question, but we don't explain what we're going to do with the answer. Just sort of what do you think? What do you think we should do? And then if you support making a change, what would the next steps be? So I was just a bit confused as to how that would work out. So those were my thoughts on those two questions.
I saw your 10 pop up. Was it an immediate reaction to Eric?
Yes, somewhat. And I also didn't touch upon the second bullet point. I thought we're going to do one after the other.
Come in if you're
okay. So and this may be where I came at it differently from where Eric came from. But my recollection, which could be wrong from the last board meeting, is it wasn't so much of an alternative view, but we've also considered this, but we've chosen that one rather than to present it as two alternatives side by side. So I need to go back to the minutes what actually the case is, but I'm operating from the point of view that we said we're going for option one, let's work that out. And the other one would be explained as a consideration and why we didn't choose for it. So I'll leave that topic for where it is. I think I said in my first round that, yeah, I think 2400 should be part of it. I recognize why 2410 wouldn't be approached, but if there are entities that have different auditor than their statutory auditor, or that have a review engagement for which those differential requirements would apply, I think it should be part of the ED. Thank you.
Julie?
Thank you. I was one of the board members that had submitted comments about taking out the alternative. My thoughts were very similar to Eric's. I think that, and I appreciate, Josephine, that in March we did talk about having an alternative. So I appreciate you've proceeded on that path, but now looking at it and reflecting on it, I'm not sure we need it as presented. I think the arguments in paragraph 29 in the EM are pretty clear as to why we didn't go that way. So I just don't know if we need it, if it confuses things, or if we get feedback on it, what we'll do with that. So my suggestion in my comments was to remove it from the EM and just go with our what we agreed on with the board for an approach. That was it. Thanks.
Isabel.
Yes, on the first question, I concur with what Edo has said, but I would not like to lose the appendix. So if this appendix was prepared to compare the option, but I think we still need it if we keep only the proposed option, because it's very helpful to see in which situation you are and what would be the reporting implication, including when you have no reporting application. On the second question, I think I was the one who raised the fact that review was covered by the ISBA modification. I still think we need to do something on ISRE 2400 and 2410, and that it's urgent. And the more we're modifying some IAASB standard, the more we need to do something on review engagements. We do review engagements on PI, so it's very important. We have inconsistencies already in the reporting. We have inconsistencies in the concept around going concern. So there's really something to do on at least on 2410, and maybe that's the relevant way forward. Not only to deal with transparency on ethical requirements, but more broadly.
I don't know, Isabel, Josephine, when I hear this question, the discussion on the alternative, is I actually think it's really important to have the thought process. I think the explanatory memorandum does that, but maybe it's the issue of the question 2A that is as much the problem as anything else, that I sort of like. I don't know if other people, why we landed where we landed. There was a little bit of our thought process there. But maybe it's the issue that we're asking specifically about 2A. the questions. I don't know if other people feel the same way. But if we just eliminated the A part, people would talk about the alternative anyway if we had it in the explanatory memorandum. I don't know if you have a reaction to that, and then we'll get some reactions to other, but people are tripping up on the question a little bit.
Possibly. I would agree with that. Maybe we could do something with the question, but I'm starting to get a sense of that perhaps it's actually just confusing the explanatory memorandum. And I do have sympathy with the view that to Eric's point, actually, who states it quite well, that we are presenting an exposure draft, and yet in our explanatory memorandum, we're almost presenting an alternative, although we're not actually giving any of the words that demonstrate what it might look like. So to be honest, Tom, it might be best if we just hear from other board members, because I think it's another thing as well is that we've got a few comments on some of the wording in some of those paragraphs and the question. So if we take that whole section out altogether, it might solve a lot of those other issues that we're seeing coming through. So I think we need to hear probably from other board members on whether they actually see any value in this or whether we should just remove it.
And one of the things, and maybe Jim could comment on it, is we put this in, I think we focused heavily on this because we got strong feedback from the CAG. But one of the, I reflect a little bit on that CAG discussion and whether we missed some of the nuance that of what was actually being required by our preferred approach, that it not only included where it was explicitly required from a threshold standpoint, but also when a qualitative judgment was being required as well. And so I think I'd also maybe towards the end of this discussion have your reflections too, Jim, on it, because there was a CAG component to this. Vili?
Tom, thank you. And apart from the two CAG members that raised this last week in the CAG meeting, we must remember when we did the straw poll in March, there were also a few board members that continued to support, which was then I think option 1. But I think some of it might be, and that's why I just wanted to come in, that people fully understand the difference between the options, because as we were going through this, we thought that sometimes people preferred the option 1 in March because they actually didn't understand that option 2 actually catches both instances where you are apply and you have to apply the relevant ethical requirements, as well as when you've decided to apply those differential requirements also to other entities, because that is how the requirement in the ethics code is set up. The requirement in paragraph R 400.20 says, when a firm has applied the independence requirements for public interest entity as described in paragraph 400.8, in performing an audit of the financial statements, the firms shall disclose that fact. So when in fact, whenever you've applied those requirements, you shall disclose it, whether you were required or whether you voluntarily decided to apply it. So it's already captured. Both those situations are already captured in the option that we're presenting in the exposure draft. So that all that the alternative option now is saying is that we put a requirement in our standards that says whenever there are differential requirements and you've applied them, you will disclose them irrespective of whether the relevant ethical requirements requires you to publicly disclose. That in essence is the difference between the two. I think I quite like the way that Ado described in terms of saying, you know, what we have in paragraph, I think it is 27 to 30 in the EM, is useful in terms of just explaining our thought process. We also thought about this, but this is why we came to the one that's presented in the ED. So if we can keep the thought process in the EM, we don't ask a question about the alternative approach, because believe you me, but based on the first question, if people do want something else, they will tell you they want something else. And then to Isabel's point, we maybe simplify the table, and we don't use the table as a comparison between two approaches, but use the table to clarify the approach that we're presenting. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, I think that makes some sense. I had to be, Janine?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I have a follow-up question for you, Willie. Could you explain, like, if I look at a code of ethics in many jurisdictions, it's not implemented in the jurisdiction as such. How would the difference between the two options work out if there is no code of ethics implemented? Is it then depending on what is in their local legislation, if there's a requirement to include it in the auditor's report to make it transparent, that then they have to add it, or is it then, is there no disclosure? So, because that's, I think in many jurisdictions, the outcome will be dependent on what's in their own legislation if they don't implement the code as is.
Yeah, and Josephine, you are very happy to come in as well. So you're quite right. The approach that we are suggesting now, as it is stated in paragraph 28C of 700, is when public disclosure is required. Remember, with this project, all we were trying to do is to operationalize the requirement in the ethics code, and that is what we do. That is what we're doing, is we're operationalizing that requirement. That is why, exactly for the reason you mentioned, is why the task force also considered what is now presented as an alternative approach. So what we're suggesting is we continue to include in the EAM that this was a consideration, and we also, based on those requirements, in what paragraph is that? In paragraph 29 of the EAM, use that as the reason why we settled on this approach. So it's there, it's in the EAM, everybody there to see, we've considered that, that's why we're going with this one. And then obviously when we ask the question in the explanatory memorandum, if any users do believe that they don't agree with the reasons why we've not considered that option, they will tell us in responding to the ED.
Okay, it may, to do that, which is sort of along the lines suggested earlier too, was we may have to soften some of the language and not, rather than present it as a real alternative, present it more as this is where the board came out after considering many options, because that, and I think that would be Eric's point too, is that we need to give a clear board position on this rather than say like we're basically weighing, we were indifferent, but for the sake of choosing one, we chose one. I think in what Billy's point was, and where we went with this, is the language had to be like, ultimately we landed where we landed because the pros and cons drove us there. Our question is, do you agree with the approach that we have? That means you would drop the A portion of the questions. Jim, let me have your reaction to that. It still, in my mind, would be somewhat responsive because it would reflect the dialogue we had and the thought process.
Thanks, Tom. And certainly in our CAG meeting, there were some CAG members that were supportive of option one. There were some that were supportive of option two. But I think as we went through the conversation, once some of the supporters realized the implications, I think they were coming around, and maybe it is in the language, Josephine, as you present it, because it would be easier to transition, or people won't think it was one or two, that there wasn't the reasons behind it, and I think that would be helpful.
I have to say that I was an option one person until I read the explanatory memorandum, and that put me, I was a lot more comfortable where we landed, having read the explanatory memorandum. So I would be content with the option that has been proposed, is that you go to why we reached a strong preference. Anyone with a TED up want to comment on that, or you agree with the approach? Sue, you want to come in now?
I agree with the approach, and actually what you're talking about then removes the comment I made earlier about basically adding a 2B to what seemed like an open question in 2A. So I think I'm good with that.
We're solving lots of problems right now. Okay, let me make sure for the record, I know we get where we are on this point. We want to be clear in the explanatory memorandum that there is only one proposal but with a change of the language slightly, some nuance, not really talking about it as an alternative, but the thought process by where we landed to this the approach that we agreed and is our preferred one, and then drop the a question, and that may refigure a little bit how we deal with 2, but the task force is clearly so skilled that they will figure out their appropriate wording and bring it back to us. Is that agreed? Okay, that deals with bullet point 1 on this. Now, on the 2400 question, anyone else want to come in on that? Or should I get Josephine's reactions? Is it Sue? Did you want to come in on that point?
Yeah, I was okay with the way that the 2400 piece was expressed. I think the point more is that the 2400 is a relatively uncommon situation, whereas 2410 is the standard that we used for PIEs and the interim reviews. So, as I said earlier, having done the work, I don't think this makes the 2410 situation any worse, but I would anticipate that if we have a long explanation about why we're not changing something that actually isn't used that commonly, we'll get feedback that addresses the one that is more commonly used. So I'm not quite sure how you would reflect that. But as I say, the standalone piece on 2400, fine, but 2410 is still hanging.
Okay, Josephine.
Yeah, and the other thing we do have to be conscious of is that IAASB aren't quite pinned down on what they need to do with 2400 either. So I think I recognise Ado and Eric's slight concern here, but I think where we have it now is probably the right position for IAASB and for ourselves, in the sense that here's an idea and please give us feedback on what you think about that and whether you're actually applying differential independence requirements to 2400 reviews as well, which is part of the question to our stakeholders as well.
Lily?
Yes, I just wanted to add to what Josephina said, because I think, I can't remember if it was Eric or Ado, but you said, what will we do with the feedback? And which is a valid question. And I think what we've, and I couldn't find it quickly now, but I know what we agreed in March, that based on the feedback, we will incorporate that into track 2. So if we see that we have to do something, it will get exposed when we expose track 2.
Yeah, apologies. I also was looking for it as well, because we did say that that's what we would do, and it's probably there. But if not, we'll make sure that's clear. Thank you.
Any fatal flaw objections to as it was described? No hands are up. So Josephine, back to you.
Okay, thank you. That's really, really helpful and will really help us move this along for Friday. So really appreciate all that feedback and the suggestion. Thank you, Billy. If we then move on to the next slide, this is really just the next steps. So assuming that our stakeholders are supportive of our proposals, we look to see a final pronouncement in July 2023. At this stage, we are seeking approval, obviously, at the end of the week. We will publish an ED in July. It's currently set for 90 days and that looks to about October time. So not making any promises, but we'll probably have some high-level feedback potentially at the December meeting. Just checking that with Billy, if that sounds about right. And then we'll look to, as I say, publish the final pronouncement in July 2023, so that we're aligned with the IAASB's effective date. Meanwhile, though, we'll also be beavering away on the other parts of the project. So that's the development of the objective and looking at the definitions, and of course, examining the existing differential requirements for listed entities. And we're still aiming for an ED for that part of the track in September 2023, with final pronouncement September 2024. Feels like a long way away, but of course we all know on this board time just flies by. And so just again to say thank you ever so much for all your feedback. We'll now start our work this evening in making it a much more beautiful document for you all. And if you do have any offline comments that you haven't yet sent to us, please do get that to us as soon as you can. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Jim any reflections on the session.
Yes, I think Josephine, with those changes, I think that would reflect the discussion of the CAG, particularly. I mean, it was sort of stark option 1, option 2, option 3. So this does help, I think, get the reader there. And I think for those that had differing opinions on which option, I think this will help.
Thank you, Jim. Janine, any reflections?
Yes, thanks. Yes, as I said at the March meeting as PIB, we consider enhanced transparency and driving consistency key objectives in the public interest. And overall, I think the proposals in the ED and the explanatory memorandum meet the objectives and the public interest issues identified in the project proposal. Enhanced transparency on independence requirements through the auditor report is important mostly for the users and investors of the financial statements, as they are the most impacted. And as investors and other users are often less represented when soliciting feedback through public consultation of exposure drafts. And if that would be the case as well with this ED, I would like to encourage the IAASB to solicit views specifically from users, investors, in particular on the option, the preferred option, whether they think that is sufficient for their purposes in view of the consistency and comparability. Regarding the communication to those charged with governance, I followed the discussion on that, and I would like to encourage the board to further consider and discuss whether the wording the auditor may communicate with those charged with governance in A32A, in particular as in requirement 17 of ISA 260, differential independence requirements are not mentioned explicitly. It's important in my view that those charged with governance are made aware of this, as they also have a role to play to ensure the independence of the auditor and often have to approve non-audit services, etc. Do they understand this concept? And that's my concern more from a practical perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the task force has a little bit of work ahead of them, but I'm glad to see that there's general support for the ED and some of the accompanying explanatory memorandum material that comes with it. What I suggest we do now is, because some people will be joining audited evidence at 10:30 to follow our deliberations, is that we stay on that timetable. So many of you are seeing each other for the first time, so we will reconvene at 10:30. So you have a nice little break, about 40 minutes, and we'll see you shortly. This will give people time to prepare and assess what our previous discussion, and then for others, time to catch up with old colleagues. Okay, could we start taking seats? Could someone go out of the corridor and let people know it's time to reconvene? Okay, we're gonna reconvene here. I hope everyone got a cup of coffee, tea, water, but more importantly, got a chance to catch up with colleagues. So we're gonna spend the rest of our board sessions today talking about audit evidence. It's important for you to provide as much guidance as possible to the task force today, because they will turn around a revised version of targeted issues by 1 p.m. on Thursday for discussion on the plenary on Friday morning. So we're almost, what I could say is that we're at a really critical juncture in the draft standards development. The papers are, like everything we've had this week, excellent and set us up for a good discussion. So Sue, I'm gonna turn the floor over to you now.
Thanks very much, Tom. I think I'm one of the people that was quiet. So if the people at the back can't hear, perhaps somebody can wave at me. I've moved forward a bit. So starting off with thanks to people, thanks to the task force of Eric, Ado, Sachiko, Kai-Uwe, Sarah working to support me, and the team, the staff team, Phil, who's done most of the heavy lifting, and Dan working to produce the papers we've got. And thanks to all of you who've provided offline comments. We'll be meeting tonight and tomorrow night to work through all of those, and some really helpful suggestions in there. So if we start on just the kind of plan for today, we presented the first draft of the proposed standard to you in March. You were broadly supportive of the direction, but there were a lot of specific recommendations and things that we've taken away and gone through to allow us to progress the draft standard, including some areas that we'll look at a bit more. We were able to meet on the Friday of the March meeting. You'll recall we finished early, so the task force was able to get together to digest the feedback that we'd had from you and strategize and prioritize certain areas. And then this last quarter, we've been really focused on responding to your feedback and the direction, and that's presented in agenda item 3A, which you've got, which is a markup from the standard that we presented to you in March. And by way of direction, the plan is to walk through that today. So the slide you've got in front of you there is really a summary of some of the significant comments from March, which have been the focus of our discussions. So things like the scope and objectives of the standard, the definition of audit evidence and the reference there to audit procedures, the terminology, there was the auditor's purpose was in there, questions around the considerations of attributes of accuracy and completeness in the consideration of relevance and reliability, distinctions between paragraphs what were 11 and 12, which was the inconsistencies or doubts about information, stand back, and just general streamlining the application. So just a reminder really of where we were in March. Obviously there was lots more, but just to sort of set us up. And you'll see that that's all been referenced in the issues paper. Next slide, please. So in terms of since March, well, I have to say very excitingly, similar to being here today, we actually had our first ever task force meeting in person. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get a full complement. Kai wasn't able to attend, and then Sachiko at the very last minute was unable to travel, not COVID related. So I couldn't get a photo of both of them on the screen, a bit like the one, Lynn, that you had for one of your task forces. But we all had the dark clothes memo that day. You'll see. But it was jolly cold. I nearly said something else, but it was jolly cold. But I think particular thanks to Sachiko, because Sachiko joined the whole meeting at very antisocial times for you from Japan, and the input was fantastic. So thank you. In terms of coordination activities, we have continued the activities with the various IAASB task forces and working groups, and that's summarised in the issues paper. Particularly highlight the coordination with the fraud task force about the proposals in terms of conforming amendments to ISA 240. Also highlight the coordination with the IAASB staff. The coordination with the IAASB is one of the PIOB public interest issues, so we've been making sure that that's happening very actively. The IAASB team performed a review of the draft standard in February 2022, and as we've explained in paragraph 7 of the issues paper, we believe that the matters identified in the IAASB staff review are addressed in the proposed ISA 500, and also there are references to the quality standards. So we feel we've had very helpful input from that, and we feel we've addressed the comments. Obviously, we will continue to coordinate with IAASB for a follow-up review of the draft standard prior to the discussion we have in September. And then outreach with the SMP advisory board, as we noted to you in March, the SMP group was very supportive of the proposals and the direction. At the beginning of this month, I had the opportunity to speak to that group about the updates that we'd made and the discussion that we had in March. And the SMP, again, noted their support for the changes that have been made, and particularly the restructuring and the streamlining of the application material. And they were also supportive about some of the work in the documentation area. Next slide, please. So that's kind of the preamble. Now we get, sleeves rolled up and into the standard. So in line with the approach we've set out in the issues paper, and there's a roadmap in Appendix 3 that sets out the chunks that we're going to work through the standard in. We're going to walk through the draft standard, refer to the relevant matters that we've highlighted in the issues paper as we go. If there are significant changes or things that are not just simple drafting changes, they have been summarised in agenda item 3C with an explanation as to why we've changed. So hopefully that is helpful to you to be able to see the rationale for the changes that have been made. So we're going to start with paragraphs 1 to 4, which is the scope and the relationship with other ISAs. The application material is A1 to A3A. And based on the board feedback, the task force have clarified the introductory paragraphs in relation to the purpose and the role of ISA 500. The key changes are set out in section B1 of the issues paper and in agenda item 3C. Maybe a few to highlight out are we have continued to emphasize that these are overarching requirements. That is, that it applies to all audit evidence obtained during the audit. And based on the direction we had from you in March, we have clarified the relationship with ISA 200. That is that it, emphasizing the exercise of professional judgment and professional skepticism in assessing audit evidence. We've done a lot of work streamlining and in some cases relocating some of the application material, particularly in relation to the relationship between sufficiency, appropriateness and persuasiveness of audit evidence and the factors that affect sufficiency and appropriate audit evidence, because we felt that they were more kind of overarching. They fitted better in providing context to the later discussions. So next slide, please. This brings up question 1. You'll notice question 1 arises an awful lot of times during this presentation because we're going to ask the same question just about different paragraphs as we go through. So this is really just to get your feedback on the revisions that we've made in paragraphs 1 to 4 and the related application material. In 1 or 2 cases, we'll separate out the requirements and the application material, but I think in this case, they will hopefully work fine together. So Tom, I think over to you.
I'm anticipating this, so, but people like to give general comments. So I assume this would be the opportunity to give general comments too. Okay, questions, paragraphs 1 through 4 in the related application material. John, wait.
Hi, good morning, everyone. First time with the mic, so just want to echo what everyone has said earlier. So great to be back in the IFAC boardroom to see everyone here in person. Thank you, Sue and team. Am I a bit soft? I'm trying my best with the karaoke technique, but is it not working?
It is working. Just
okay.
Speak directly into the microphone. That's the only advice. And
okay. So just in terms of the general comment, Sue, I'm very supportive of many of the changes that have been made in the draft. So specific comments I'll make throughout as they come up. And apologies for not sending the comments in advance. I'll send them through before the end of today. So just in relation to paragraph 1 to 4, just maybe a small-ish comment. This is paragraph 3. In the middle of that, we have this sentence that say, this ISA provides overarching requirements and guidance, and then it ends with in accordance with those other ISAs. And I think overarching requirements and guidance, that's really helpful. I'm not sure about in accordance with those other ISA. While the whole construct is an improvement, I don't know whether that will risk creating similar confusion like the previous paragraph 8 did. So I'm just wondering whether it will be helpful to just merge this with the first sentence in paragraph 3 and just start off by saying this ISA provides overarching requirements and guidance for the auditor while obtaining and evaluating audit evidence throughout the audit. And then we can remove this particular sentence to just avoid that kind of similar confusion that the previous paragraph 8 did. So just a suggestion in terms of the wording. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Sue and team, for this. My overarching comment is I thought that this was a very tidy draft, so well done and thank you. I have a couple of specific comments to make later on, but I don't have anything specific on paragraphs 1 to 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Josephine.
Super thanks to Sue and the team. Clearly, a lot of hard work has gone into this. I know you met on more than one occasion to turn things around. Really appreciate your response to a number of the comments that we had, that I had sent in and had raised at the last board meeting. So really appreciate that. again, have sent offline comments. A lot of those are just suggested editorials. So I'm going to focus on the ones where just a little bit confused or feel that we're a little bit challenged still. Chun-Wee made a comment on paragraph 3. I'm wondering whether we even need that piece. I think that paragraph 1 already explains that this is the standard that's the go-to. Even then you move on to other standards which might have some additional requirements. So maybe even just removing that middle piece and actually having paragraph 3 actually follow paragraph 1 might get you to the same spot. So that's more of a suggestion there. In terms of, there was a minor change to paragraph 4, but that's now actually taken us away from what the requirement in the standard actually says. So I think we probably have to reinstate that. And then there is a piece in paragraph A3E, which, and I recognize and apologize that this hasn't changed very much, but then I got a little bit confused. So I'm not quite sure if this is saying that because the risk assessment has been revised and new or different audit procedures are being applied, that will require more pervasive audit evidence. Or is it assuming that the same procedures are being applied, but more pervasive audit evidence is needed? So just got a little bit confused about what A3E is trying to get at. So I wondered if you could actually have another look at that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Wendy?
Okay, thank you, Tom. And I will try to be microphone conscious. I'll give some overview comments. The ongoing work of the task force to incorporate the direction of the IAASB is well noticed and acknowledged. We agree with the changes from March to relocate the types of procedures to the appendix. And we'll send some offline comments specifically on the appendix, in addition to some what I would refer to as editorials to some of the other, some word changes and things like that throughout the standard, some of which I will mention in this meeting. Broadly, one of the broad comments I made last time in March and here again in June is I'm not sure that technology has been precisely enough embedded in the standard. And I recognize that we're trying to make the standards for today and the future. And so technology is very fluent and we're bridging the gap with some non-authoritative guidance. But of all of the standards that we're revising, to me, audit evidence is one of the standards that we need to go a little bit further. This is where auditors are certainly struggling. So whether it's in the requirement and some word changes or in the application material, which I'll get into in more detail, that's an overriding concept and observation that I have. And while I believe this is kind of contradictory, but I believe the overall length of the standard is long, and that has been some of the complaints of the auditors. I do think a lot of the content, and especially the application material, is good. And perhaps some of our comments might add to that. So those are my broad comments. And then I have some slight modifications for 1 to 4, but the most important one I think is I like the add-in in 4, bringing together professional judgment and professional skepticism, which are separate in 200. But I think a critical word change has to be, we exercise professional judgment and we don't exercise professional skepticism, we maintain it. So it's just a simple word insert. I think it doesn't make the sentence too long. And that is it for that section.
Thank you. Warren.
Thanks, Tom, and hello, everybody. Apologies for not being able to be with you in person, but unfortunately, I just wasn't able to get my visa paperwork sorted out in time. Vili will tell you that this is quite a job for those of us sitting at the bottom of Africa. But in any event, my sort of general observations is, as Lynn pointed out, I thought it was a very neatly structured standard, generally easy to work through. as an overall observation. I echo the point about technology. I think we could have potentially taken it a bit further and dealt with the relevance of technology in the context of audit evidence gathering and processing, but I don't necessarily think that that's a fatal flaw. I also take the point that the document is a bit lengthy and in some places repetitive. I suppose my most material criticism, if I had to give one, is sort of having worked through the document and thought about how it articulates the distinction between audit information and audit evidence. I don't think it will have a huge impact on the way in which auditors actually do their audits and understand the data collection process and the concept of audit quality. Maybe something to just really keep in the back of our minds. Thanks very much for the emphasis on the distinction between audit evidence and audit information. It was something I got confused with when I worked through this document the first time in March. Having now read through it the second time, I understand in more detail what the difference is between the two. And to that end, I only have a minor observation on paragraph A1. Specifically the second sentence, audit evidence is cumulative in nature and perhaps moving the word primarily. So, and is obtained from audit procedures performed primarily during the course of the current period audit, just to avoid possible inconsistencies with the definition. And as I say, it's a relatively minor point that I just picked up on because I was confused about the difference between audit evidence and audit information the first time I read this document. Thanks very much.
So on the technology point, I know we're not all the way through the standards, but it would be really helpful, my guess is, for the task force, if you feel like we're missing something, to give specific suggestions consistent with a principle-based approach about where we may be able to add more either application materials or if something's missing from a requirements standpoint even to come in as well. Because now is the key moment, because we're moving quickly to an ED here. Kai Morton.
Thank you. I'll try to move closer to the microphone, so hopefully the people in the back can also hear me. I see thumbs up. My comment is a bit similar to what Wendy and Warren had as well. I think looking at the changes that we have in the document, I support what we're doing and don't have an issue with that, but wonder if we're solving the issues that we were set out in the project proposal, especially around technology, and whether there is more that needs to be done, as you just said. And also the changes that we have there, whether that will change the behavior and understanding of the auditors when doing the procedures. And so and what we're doing, I think, is generally fine, but whether there is more to be done to drive the change and how that can be done is the challenge. And don't have the silver bullet on how to solve the issues around technology, but the expectations, I think, from the auditors around is that this will do more than what we currently are doing.
Fernando.
Thank you, Tom, and hello, everyone. Thanks to the task force for the great papers. I don't really have any specific comments on question one, but more a general feedback. And I heard very positive, actually, comments about the document. Contrary to what others mentioned about the length, people were just surprised to see a 30-page document because they are used to seeing more than 70 or 80 or whatever number of pages. And so they, actually what I heard is, really, are you keeping ISA 500 up to 30 pages? Well, that's great. It was surprising, but I think the length it's okay. It balances very well the number of requirements which are being kept quite short, concise. I do appreciate the changes because it reads much better now. We've been discussing the issue about translation, and we believe that with all the fixed, we would not really have any concerns with the words and how it's being written now. Probably the only thing we also heard is there might be a little bit of repetition in application material, which could be streamlined. I know the CUSP project maybe would need to take a final look to see if there's a chance to streamline a little bit of the paragraphs. But in general terms, I guess the feedback is pretty good. And I'm looking forward to hearing comments from others in terms of the rest of the standard. Thanks.
Josephine?
Tom, just to confirm, you were asking for just if there's general comments on technology from board members. Actually, Sue, I think from our perspective, it's pitch right. You know, the technology is, we're about audit procedures here, and the standard is about audit procedures. How those procedures are performed can be manual or automated. And I think where you've got to is the right spot. So I think it is potentially, I'm trying to articulate it the best way I can. I don't think there's really much more that you can do here. I think that the way that we approach technology and our non-authoritative guidance and the way we're looking at disruptive technology and the impact it might have on the future is important. And we should obviously absolutely continue to do that. But I think here in this standard, I think you pitched about right. So I just wanted to get a different perspective for you. Thank you.
And my urging here was not to disagree or agree with anyone, but the point is, if there is unease with the level it's being pitched, now is the time to provide specific areas where we should add something or where we could amend something throughout the topic. And it was just to give people a heads up as we go through the standard the rest of today. Sue, so generally, I'm support in terms of general direction, some comments, some suggestions around paragraph 3, and a couple of the application material paragraphs too.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks everybody. That's very helpful. I'd probably echo your comments on the technology, Tom. I think the board comments have probably highlighted the balancing act we've been trying to tread in to some extent trying to keep technology neutral, but recognizing the increased use in technology at both entities and audit firms. So if people have very specific suggestions on areas where you feel we can build that out, that would be helpful. You'll probably recall also that we did initially build in a number of examples on technology. That I'm afraid Fernando didn't do any good on the length piece. And it was also a bit overly detailed was the feedback we had. So we've taken those out. We'll look at those for the non-authoritative guidance. But you know, if there are specific areas, then please do let us know. In relation to the other comments, obviously there's a lot of stuff we'll take away and work through and look at. Thank you for that. The piece in paragraph 3, we can have a look at how that reads. The point on paragraph 4, I think Wendy, you raised that. I think possibly Josephine as well. It's something that's come through in the offline comments. I think we probably do need to take a look at that and tweak it. Wendy, the appendix will come back as a later question 1, so you'll have an opportunity there, but we'll obviously keep the comments in mind there. Warren and Kai Morton, I think you were referencing the practical impact. You'll recall last time we spoke, we had a slide that talked about the fact that this isn't really sort of one kind of big change that is going to change behavior completely, that it's a compendium of changes of slightly tweaking the dial that will mean that that focus will be slightly different, and things like looking at the information irrespective of the source will change behavior, and looking at which of the attributes are related to relevance and reliability. Again, it's using the same words, but in a lot of cases it's a broader consideration. So we did present to you some of the changes there. I recognise that we probably do need to pull that together and really kind of summarise exactly what we think the changes will be, but we'll keep coming back to that. There are increases in the requirements, or they're more wide-ranging fairly consistently. Warren, your point about on A1 is a potential fix for something we've been wrestling with. So thank you for that. And Fernando, the point about the repetition in the application material, I think the repetition is a challenge, and it's perhaps one of those areas again where we often get suggestions from board members that we can cross-refer to something, and again we've probably got to keep challenging ourselves as to, is that adding value or is it creating more volume? So we'll take a look at those, and as you say, we will do a further scrub in line with the CUSP principles. So Tom, I think that's, are you comfortable for me to carry on? Okay, so if we move to the next slide, please. So we're going to take a look next at the objectives. So that's paragraph 6. We had quite a discussion on the objectives in March, and we had mixed views around how we express that. And I would also urge you to keep the CUSP principles in mind, which is where we are being encouraged not to just repeat what the requirements are. We're trying to take it to a more outcome focused. So in response to the input, we've developed a 2-part objective, which focuses on designing and performing audit procedures for the purpose of obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence and evaluating audit evidence to provide a basis for the auditor's conclusions. And the second part of that objective addresses both information to be used as audit evidence and the evidence obtained itself. So open the floor for feedback, please.
Okay, on the objectives, paragraph 6. Josephine.
Thank you, Sue. Very supportive of the objective. Thank you very much for making those changes. Much happy. I did send a suggested editorial, but that's all. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you. And thanks, Sue, and your team for the papers. I'm going to bring this up here because I think it's the first place I tripped over it, and it's one of our favorite words in the standard is the word purpose. So back in March, we talked about the use of the term the auditor's purpose, and I see that the task force has made a number of changes in the document, so appreciate that. I think it's clearer now. There are still a few lingering ones in there. And then we have intended purpose / purpose of the audit procedure as well. And then in some of the paragraphs, and it comes up for the first time in 6a, we talk about for the purpose of, and we use, words that follow along after that. And it comes up in a few more paragraphs. Paragraph 7 is one of them, and there's a few other places. And I wonder if we need that use of purpose, because if we get it clear as to what the auditor's purpose or the intended purpose of the procedure is, when we add this additional purpose in there, I just don't know if we need it and if it makes it a little more confusing about what we're trying to say. So we provided a couple of suggestions, Sue, for the task force just to consider and maybe crisp up some of the requirements and remove that. So that was my first comment. And then on 6b, I wondered, just for consideration, if that might be split into 2, because it is really 2 discrete steps. The first one being evaluating information to be used as audit evidence. And then there's a second piece to that, which is separately evaluating the audit evidence obtained. So just for consideration, whether that could be split into 2. Thanks.
Diane.
Thanks, Tom. First of all, Sue, I thought you and the team did a great job of addressing many of our earlier comments. I'm comfortable with 6. I had a couple editorial comments in there about inserting the word audit evidence in A. And then in B, my comment was the introduction of the word report. So we stop at opinion, but then we add report. And I'm just questioning whether we needed the word report in there as well. Thank you.
Isabel.
Yeah, I had a similar question on the use of the word report. So I tried to understand what it could mean. Do we mean that we also refer to audit evidence in the key audit matter section, which is not the opinion? So I understood it may be the intended meaning of adding this word, but I don't remember if we ever discussed it at the board, and maybe we should clarify it somewhere in the standard so that the reader will understand, because for the moment it seems duplicative when you see opinion and report.
Okay. Lynn?
I just want to react to Julie's comment on 6B. I actually like the two bits of the sentence being together, because one says you do something to achieve something else. So I just want to give an alternative view on B.
Okay. My only thing is now Julie raised the issue of purpose, not that I disagree with it use in most places, but for the purpose of clarity here, design and perform audit procedures that are appropriate for obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence seems sufficient for, like, I think in paragraph 8 where we use it for the purposes of may be worthwhile, but I think it goes to our cost principles, use fewer words where the same word would be possible, would produce the same result. So that's my contribution there. Sue, back to you.
Thank you. It's tempting to start off with for the purpose of clarity or whatever. But,
we have a lot. This is a purpose-driven board right now.
Yeah. Thank you there. We will absolutely take that away and look at the use of the word purpose in that particular phrase. I would just say as part of the exercise we did on purpose, poor Phil has gone through the standards, and I can tell you that the phrases that you reference are used quite extensively in various standards, and we have gone through and looked at each one. So the ones that are there are where we feel there is a purpose, for want of a better word, that it is an appropriate use of the phrase. So we've struck a load, but then when it's left, it's tending to be consistent with other material in the standards. Thank you for the feedback on 6B. We'll sort of take a look there. The point on the reference to the reports is something that Diane probably, unfortunately, it might even predate you. It was in the papers, I think, from March 21 and maybe July 21. And there is an explanation. I think it sort of provides the linkage through to 700 and so on. I think one of the things I heard was it might be helpful to explain why we've used the word report. So I think, without prejudging the task force discussion, we can take that feedback away and consider whether there is there is value in just sort of explaining why it is relevant to not just the conclusions, but also to the ultimate report. I think that's it.
Feel free to continue.
Sorry, the trouble with having my reading glasses on is I can't actually read the slides. So
this one has, this is the last one.
Paragraph, so this is the last one. So if we go on to the next one, please. So this is the application material, the definitions, that's right. Sorry, the definitions. So again, based on the feedback we had from last time, we have made some changes here to align some of the text that we've used more directly with extant 500. So we've used the phrase information that the auditor uses in arriving at conclusions. And we've clarified in the application material the notion of the absence of information. For appropriateness, the board asked us to reconsider deletion of the reference to relevance and reliability from the definition of appropriateness. In our discussion, we reaffirmed the position that we feel appropriateness is best defined by references to quality, because it's affected by both the relevance and reliability and the effectiveness of the audit procedures performed. And that was one of the pieces of feedback we had from the board at a discussion, again, quite an early stage. So what we've done is included paragraph A3J to clarify that the appropriateness is affected by relevance and reliability. And then we've added A3K to reference the effectiveness of the audit procedures applied to the information. So to cover both parts of what we feel is impacting the appropriateness. And then on sufficiency, based on the feedback that we had from you, we deleted the slightly circular reference to sufficient in the definition of sufficiency. And you can see the changes there. And we've added application material from extant 500. So if we can move to the next slide, please. We'll take feedback here on the definitions in paragraph 7 and also the relevant application material in A3J and A3L, please.
Fernando.
Thanks, Tom. So just one minor comment or question here, and that refers to 7D, which is the definition of sufficiency in the application material, which is A3L, I think. It talks about quantity, which is already included in the definition, but it also includes the word quality. So I'm just wondering if there's a disconnection between the definition and the application material because we're missing that piece of quality into the definition.
Okay, Yosh?
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much for the task force tremendous efforts. I appreciate the task force for making this exposure draft very clear and more understandable comparing to the last one. I have just one comment at paragraph 7B. I support the proposed definition of audit evidence, including components, because it eliminates the previous contradiction. I would like the task force to clarify whether the term sufficient and appropriate audit evidence as currently used is different from the proposed new term, sufficient appropriate audit evidence, and to show the reason for change, especially as for non-natives like us. I think that this is important in determining whether a translation of the ISAs and the revision of ISA 700 audit report are necessary. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Warren?
Thanks, Tom. Just a minor observation, which speaks more to translation and I suppose also to CUSP, and might also link to the extent to which we do actually deal with technology, whether here or in non-authoritative guidance. But the way this document currently structures it is it says that audit evidence is what happens when you apply a procedure to information, which is fine. But just for noting is that to my mind seems to just be swapping around the ordinary definition of the word data and information. So traditionally, if you talk about data, you mean the sort of the raw data before anything has happened to it. And then information is what you get after you've applied your mind to it. But we've actually sort of swapped those two terms around such that audit evidence is actually the information and audit information is actually the data when you try to sort of just reconcile it back to the ordinary meaning of those words. Thanks.
Thank you. Josephine.
Sue, thank you for clarifying the A3J and A3K connection, because I hadn't picked that up. I think the problem why I may not have picked that up and why I was concerned about us losing relevance and reliability from the definition is that you link the effectiveness of the audit procedure, which is quite right, to appropriateness and not to quality. So I think if we are saying that the reason we don't refer to quality as being connected to relevance and reliability is because it's also the audit procedure, I think that needs to be clear in A3J. So you're then referring to the quality of audit evidence, which is affected by both relevance and reliability and the effectiveness of the audit procedure. And then I'll be more comfortable with us dropping relevance and reliability from the definition. And Sue, just to Warren's point, and I want to make sure I understand, because I see it slightly differently. I don't see it as an audit procedure on information. I see it as audit evidence is the information to which an audit procedure has been applied. Because when you apply an audit procedure, that may be literally making a request or asking management a question. The information you then get is the audit evidence because you've applied the audit procedure there. So so to Warren's point, I think we probably need to make sure that that is understood, because obviously it filters all the way through the standard. And I'm not saying that you don't apply audit procedures to information, of course you do, but that's not what the definition is trying to say.
Let's pause on that point. Warren, any reaction to what Josephine just said?
Yeah, I never read it. I mean, Josephine, I take your point, and it makes good sense now that you've said that. But the way the definition is worded, I sort of read it as saying audit evidence is equal to information plus a procedure. That's how I understood the definition, and then the references to the relevant application guidance, which then sort of gets you back into this horrible circular loop where the evidence is, if you sort of take these terms and try to map them to the normal English meaning of the words, evidence is actually information and information is actually evidence. And I found the whole thing sort of made my brain hot and tired.
And we're not just talking because of the time zones issues. Well, maybe we could just I think you have the same understanding, and maybe when Sue comes back, you clarify that that's what was meant to be said, and we can look at the wording in the draft. Diane?
Yes, I agree with that last discussion. Now that you've explained it both ways, I guess I'm confused again. So it probably might be worth just thinking about that. And I don't think we need a flow chart, but something that clarifies data to information, information to evidence, and how that works. And let's make sure that we're consistent through the document. On these two sections, Sue, on A3K, I stumbled a bit. I understand what you're trying to say. I stumbled a bit with just the tidiness of the phrasing. I felt like it was describing something that you still had to go to another paragraph to understand what you're describing. So I just question whether or not we need it versus just going into A20 and 22. And then in the second one, A3L, I think we just want to make sure that we insert the risks of material misstatement. I think material is an important concept in that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I think that discussion makes it clear that 7B is not clear and read a lot of different ways by different people. Because we had a slightly different twist on that, I guess. Because I think paragraphs 22 to 25 in the issues paper thoughtfully address the absence of information, but we struggled with B and some of the application material, or maybe thought it might be in the implementation material, because it is a different way that we're trying to think. But I was just uncomfortable with the concept of lack of information. Also, obviously, it doesn't turn into audit evidence, but it's part of the process. So I didn't think the lack of information came through clearly, but it's clear that there's a lot of different interpretations of 7B. So I trust the task force will take a look at that. And nothing more to add on AJ2L.
Warren, I see you raise your hand again.
Tom, yeah, sorry, a related point. Now that I'm confused about the difference between data, evidence, and information. On A3K, and please correct me now if I'm missing something, the appropriateness of the audit evidence, accepted for now, is also affected by the effectiveness of the audit procedure applied to that information. So I understood that to mean the effectiveness of the audit procedure, the diligence with which that procedure has been implemented, would it not also be affected by the choice of the audit procedure? Because one could choose a particular procedure which is inappropriate, but nevertheless the procedure itself was effectively applied, whereas you could get it right on both counts, choosing the right procedure and then implementing the right procedure effectively.
Okay. We need some clarity around this. I don't know, Sue or Dan, would you like to come in?
I can try to add some clarity for the purpose of clarity. Sorry, but it all gets back to the previous board discussions going all the way back to March and July of 2021, and the notion of the input-output model. And the board was comfortable with the notion that you start with information, and information as it's described in paragraph A30A of the standard can come in many different forms, and that includes digital information or data. So it's visual information, it's digital information, it's written information. So it's information used broadly to talk about the raw material, if you will, to which the auditor applies audit procedures. That once that the procedures have been applied, and then if the auditor uses that information to support conclusions, that becomes audit evidence. That's the fundamental nature of the input-output model that the board agreed to some time ago. So the task force can certainly have another look at some of the wording to make sure that there is clarity and isn't any inconsistency, certainly not any consistency with the conceptual input-output model. But this is something that the board had agreed to some time ago.
Just to make sure, no one's questioning the fundamental input-output model right now. I think the question really is about clarity at this point, and whether the words, that's what I heard, whether words are conveying the meaning that we wish them to convey. Sue?
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Dan, for the explanation. It's I think Warren, one of the points you raised was about the data and information piece. Again, one of the jobs that Phil did was looking at where phrases like data is used in the standards, and we've tried to focus on that information piece, and that's why A30 is there to provide the kind of explanation that Dan said. It was part of the broadening the scope that it does capture a wide source of information sources. So obviously, as Dan said, we can take a look in the light of the feedback. If it's not resonating, then we can see what more we can do to improve that. On some of the other comments, Fernando, thank you for the point about the quality. I think that's probably a casualty where we've removed appropriate. That was probably the reference into quality, so we can look at that. Yosh, you raised the point about sufficient and appropriate, and the use of sufficient appropriate. There is a section in the issues paper, and I'm afraid I can't remember the numbers, where we've talked about that very much in the context of it's to do with the conforming amendments, because we were considering it in relation to the audit report. And what we've done is use the term sufficient appropriate audit evidence through the standard. In the audit report itself, the context in which it uses the words sufficient and appropriate, we feel are appropriate there. So we have been very conscious of the translation piece. We hope when we come to discuss that later that we've achieved a balance that should be clear. Diane, thank you for the spot about material. I think that's a point that's come through in one or two of the offline comments as well. So we will circle back on there. And Wendy will also take a look at the piece about the lack of information. Warren, you raised the point about
not just whether the audit procedure was undertaken correctly, but essentially whether the right audit procedure was chosen in the first place. I think that possibly comes up in a slightly different piece when we're talking about the requirement actually to design audit procedures. So we'll reflect on the comment, but my feeling is it's probably covered at a different stage of that. Okay. I think that's it in terms of those comments. So we'll move on to the next slide, please. So this is moving on to paragraph 8, and this is one of those pieces where what I'd like to do is look purely at the requirement first, and then we'll come back into the application material for your next go at question 1. So the requirement in paragraph 8 deals with the auditor's responsibility to design and perform audit procedures to attain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. The March draft had intended to explain that the ISAs require the auditor to design and perform procedures, and we use that term in accordance with the ISAs in the requirement and other areas of the application material to endeavour to make that clear. The feedback that wasn't clear, so we've taken that back and had another working of that. So as we've explained in section B3 of the issues paper, based on the feedback you've provided, we have recognised that not all our ISAs have specific requirements around design and performance of audit procedures, and so the reference to in accordance with the ISAs may be confusing. So we have deleted that term in this area, because not all ISAs have the requirements. And as well, in relation to paragraph 8, we have enhanced the requirements by including nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances. So that may be, Warren, actually the area that addresses the point that you just made. So I think that's it on paragraph 8. As I say, we'd like to get your comments on paragraph 8 itself, and then we'll move into the application material in the next section.
Okay, we're going to deal with paragraph 8. Josephine.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you for the addition as well in paragraph 8b of nature, time, and extent. Very important aspect of that. This is one area where I have what I would call a significant comment, and it also actually ties into paragraph 13 and potentially alongside these comments about sufficient, appropriate. So what we've done and what we did in 315 was to make it very clear that risk assessment procedures are of course part of audit procedures as well, and part of obtaining audit evidence. That was in the standard, is in the extent standard, but it's sort of hidden away, if you like. And one of the things I think we can really improve here is making sure it's very clear that in paragraph 8, when you're designing and performing audit procedures, it is both in respect of risk assessment procedures and further audit procedures. And I think that unfortunately, some of the wording that we have here still focuses on sufficient, appropriate audit evidence, which by its nature implies we're in 330. And therefore, we're looking at further audit procedures and the output of that in terms of sufficient, appropriate audit evidence. So I think that's also exacerbated somewhat by the connections to the assertions made by management, because again, sometimes you're not actually quite sure what the assertions are until you've gone through your understanding of the entity and so forth, and then you may need to also think about then what are your relevant assertions. So what I think would be really helpful, and also when we were talking about changing behavior earlier, is if we dial this back again and take it to that higher level. And so we're actually talking for the purpose of obtaining audit evidence, you're designing and performing audit procedures. And then paragraph 8A would be similar to how it sits in ISA 315. So we're not necessarily hooking it directly to assertions made by management, because obviously auditors can make assertions as well. But we're just hooking it to making sure that it's not biased towards obtaining audit evidence that corroborates or excluding that may contradict. And then paragraph 8B, of course, is perfectly fine as it is. But it really does still seem to focus on that sufficient appropriate audit evidence 330 piece. And then I'll have a similar comment in respect to paragraph 13, but I can make that connection when we get there. Thank you.
Warren?
Thanks, Tom. Yes, sure, I think you're right. I think that paragraph 8 does fix the confusion in A3K. I'm just wondering then if it wouldn't be helpful just to change the wording in A3K, if it's not going to cause other problems, of course, to just sort of say the design and performance of procedures instead of the effectiveness of the procedures in A3K. And then I take all of the points raised by Josephine. I agree with all of those, except for the comment about the assertions made by management. I actually liked the addition of the assertions made by management, because without that, you sort of wonder, well, what are you worried about confirming or contradicting? So I just thought that that actually provided quite helpful clarification.
Okay. Any other comments? Sue, any reaction to Josephine's and Warren's elaboration on 8 and maybe a potential 8A?
Yeah, I think so. For 8, I think Josephine, we've sort of to and froed on this a bit. To some extent, I might be interested to know what others think. I think you centered the suggested changes that I think will probably help some of this discussion. But I think in the kind of conceptual piece that we do feel that the wording, it doesn't say further audit procedures, and A2 is very clear that the standard relates to risk assessment, further audit procedures, and other audit procedures that are there. The link to sufficient appropriate audit evidence is because it's building that link through ultimately to 330, but how you get to that conclusion in 330 is through that whole process of risk assessment, further audit procedures, and so on. So it's something we've looked at in quite a lot of detail. I think the task force is at a position where we feel it is. It's certainly not saying it's only further audit procedures. So I'm just struggling a little bit on how we take that. So if any other board members have thoughts, it would be helpful to know, Tom, I think.
I'll let Josephine respond, but Josephine characterized this as a somewhat significant concern from her standpoint. And if others have similar significant concerns, we would want to hear about it. Otherwise, I feel like there's support for the direction, but let Josephine intervene, and then we'll take any other reactions.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that, and I do recognise that there is more material in here than has been previously on the risk assessment procedures and the connection. I think part of my issue is that A3M immediately opens up with ISA 330, explains that the nature of an audit procedure refers to its purpose and its type. So we're immediately into that part when you hook from paragraph 8, which then implies, therefore, paragraph 8 is really focused. It does go down a little bit further, and then we get to A3P about giving an example in 315. But that's sort of like what I always call a bit of a drive-by, and then you go on, and then there's really you have to go quite a long way before you start talking about risk assessment procedures. So maybe to some extent, I agree that ultimately your audit procedures are always going to get you to the end game, which is obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Your risk assessment procedures feed into that process. But the application material isn't helping. And there were some suggestions that I made where you could pull back from ISA 330 and A3M, or maybe A3M then is where we talk about the different procedures and the risk assessment procedures and the further audit procedures there. So it's very clear when we're in paragraph 8, we're not just talking about further audit procedures. And if we could do that, I think that would go a long way to ease my concern that we're not going to change any that we're not going to make it clearer to auditors that there are two types of two areas where you can obtain audit evidence, and both are just as important as each other. Yeah. Thank you, Sue.
So, Josephine, the way I read your comments is that you could live with if the application material didn't lead you down a potentially different path. Willie?
Yeah, Tom, I just wanted to make sure, and I think Sue also indicated we would like to hear from other board members as well. I think if I understood correctly, what tripped Josephine up is that, Josephine, and I hope I got your words right here, you said sufficient appropriate implies you in 330. Now, I think we must be sure that that's not the case, because I've never read sufficient appropriate as only relating to further audit procedures. I've always seen it as sufficient appropriate audit evidence at the end, all evidence, all procedures. So if everybody is happy with that, then at least we know we don't have a conceptual issue to deal with. And then I think Josephine has given us a way to deal with it in application material. And I haven't looked at your detailed comments, Josephine, but even if you look at A3M, by maybe just starting that paragraph with the last sentence and say, as explained in paragraph A2, auditors obtain audit evidence by designing and performing audit procedures to comply with the ISAs. That's the strongest statement. And then say, well, now we want to say something specific about the nature of audit procedures. But your suggestions in terms of maybe just making that message strong in A3M may help.
I saw Josephine nodding. Julie?
Thank you. And I hadn't made the leap to 330. So I understood it the way I think, Sue, you intended it to be, in that it could be a risk assessment procedure or a further audit procedure. And my question was more, did I read that right at the end of 8 little b? Because that's what I took it to be when it said to meet their intended purpose. I thought that meant risk assessment or further audit procedure. So if I interpreted that right, I got there with what you had. The only other question I had on this, and it's not related to this, but you might need to remind me again, Sue, apologies. You've made the changes to assertions made by management in a number of places versus assertions in the financial statements. And I'm not 100% sure I remember why. And in briefing for this conversation, there were a few folks that were non-English speakers, and they weren't 100% clear what the difference was. And so I know it's not related to this point exactly, but if you could maybe just remind me why we made that change.
Why don't you explain that now, and then we'll get to Wendy.
This is like a test, isn't it? So I think the rationale for using assertions made by management at this stage is this is the early stage of the audit. So some of your procedures or what have you are around inquiries. So it's much broader than just the kind of financial statement process. By the time you get to later in the process where we reference financial statement assertions, it's because you're at that stage where you're forming your opinion, and that work is all aligned to the financial statement assertion piece. So that was broadly the rationale. My screen hasn't gone red from the team sort of behind, so I'm hoping.
You're conditionally passing your test right now. Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. Just at the risk of being Captain Obvious, because I've listened to all this and have some of the same confusion or concerns, but I think what would be very helpful is in the explanatory memorandum of the ED that we provide some clarity on why paragraph 8 is here, is included, and the interplay between ISA 315 and 330. I think that will help. You know, I think this standard is really trying to change behavior and mindset, and the implementation material and the explanatory material will help bridge that gap. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. This is a good discussion. I think we have some consensus that in general support for paragraph 8, but with some tinkering of the application material, which probably, based upon my guess, and is a good segue to the next slide.
I probably just wanted to come back to Warren or something, if that's okay.
Yeah,
but yeah,
we're
we're getting there. It's good. Yeah. Thank you. So, and actually I was just checking before I reopened a can of worms, because Josephine, you've said several times about there being 2 types of procedures. Actually, there's 3 if you go to A2. And I think the 3rd one was based on some of the feedback you gave us earlier. So just to make sure we're all clear that, and that's the reason why this is all encompassing. So, yeah, and then, Warren, you made a suggestion about A3K. I just wanted to comment the phrasing in A3K is from ISA 200. So that's why we dropped that in. Obviously, we can review for clarity in the context it's used, but I think that's important. I just wanted to check there was nothing else. But thank you, Josephine, for that clarification and the the piece on A3M. I think you're right. If we jump straight in and start off with A3 or ISA 330, it maybe breaks a link. So we'll take a look at that. That's been very helpful. Thank you. So now we segue on to the next one. Keep on going. Right. So, okay. So this is the application material to paragraph 8. So one of the pieces of feedback we had from the March meeting was around streamlining the application material. And we've done that. You'll notice there's elements of relocating things. We've enhanced the material in some areas, particularly things like the interrelationship of sufficiency, appropriateness, and persuasiveness of audit evidence. We've relocated that to the introduction, as I referenced earlier. We felt that provided that overarching visibility. The other piece, really, the other major change is based on the direction we had before. We've clarified the guidance on automation bias. Particularly, there was some feedback about the tone perhaps being a bit negative on the use of automated tools and techniques. Probably references the discussion we've already had about the use of technology, and we've tried to make that more balanced. So it references the the benefits as well as the risk. So with that, we'll take the next slide. And this is your question 1 on the application material to paragraph 8, which is paragraphs A3M to A4 and paragraph A16 to A28, please.
Okay. So on the application material, Diane, I see you reaching.
Sorry, I was just trying to make sure I found my place. Generally very happy with this. I had one comment on A4, which I felt, and I bring this up a few points in the comments that I sent in. I felt like sometimes we build qualifiers into a statement. And I always question, do we really need that qualifier? And is it diminishing the importance of a comment that we're making? So in A4, we're talking about a situation where management is unwilling to respond to an inquiry or a request. And the question is whether the auditor uses that information. But the lead into that sentence is in some circumstances. And to me, and maybe it just may be the drafting, are you are you referring to in some circumstances management is unwilling, or are you saying management is unwilling and in some circumstances the auditor may consider that information? And I just thought, I'm hoping that it is the first situation, that we're not implying that if that auditor hears some information that is contrary, that then the auditor says, okay, what do I do about this? The auditor should always respond to that. And so I just want to tighten that up. So you'll see that in the comments that I sent in, Sue. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine.
Thank you. Also on A4, I mean, I generally think that absence of information in XStamp 500 is really confusing. So I'm really glad to see that you finally got rid of that, because ultimately, if you're applying an audit procedure and information comes to light, even if it's something that's missing, it's lack of audit evidence, in fact. So I think where this paragraph could improve and I've also sent through some suggested editorials, is also to bring in the fact that is a reminder that a limitation, management refusing to provide information is a limitation on scope, and do some connections through to what the auditor would do in that circumstance, including that it may have impact on the audit as a whole as well. So I've suggested some wording anyway on here, and also to just bring in that that idea about, this is just telling you don't have audit evidence that you need, and maybe that will help also with Diane's point as well. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you. And Sue, I'm just going to raise an interesting point that was brought to my attention that I hadn't really thought of before, but it's in reference to paragraph A17 little a, and we talk about automation bias. And what you have here is fine, but I think the point that was raised, I thought was a good one, was in today's environment, it almost might be more worrisome if you receive something that was not digital, because so much is digital. So should there be some consideration of that as well in here? And I don't know if it fits under here or it fits under sort of the professional skepticism umbrella, but somewhere to say digital or non could be a trigger either way. And are we considering that? Because I think it's important that we have that somewhere in the standard.
Okay, Diane?
I just want to chime in here and express my absolute agreement with Julie's comment. We've actually introduced some language into our acceptance of clients to say whether or not, if you can't get the digital information, that may be an indication. So I think that'd be a really good add.
To some extent, that may start dealing with some of the concerns about absence of digital elements in the standards as well. So it would almost be a standalone application material paragraph that talks about the converse. You're clearly considered this before, since Phil is chuckling.
No, it was more a case of it's more application material. So Fernando, your dream might come true.
I see Bill raise his card.
Yeah, thank you. Tom, look, I've been very quiet today, and this is my first comment today. And I'm sitting here at the moment a little bit in shock, I think, by the level. I mean, I have to say to the task force, I looked at the standard, which is 13 paragraphs, and nearly every paragraph has changed since our March meeting, and we are now into application paragraphs. And I just think we are probably trying too hard to plug every possible hole. I sit on the technology consultation group. I have no problems that technology. I think technology does not need any greater coverage in this document. I read 7B. I was quite happy with the explanation of information going on to be evidence based on procedures. So I just raised that point. I just sit here at the moment. I've got a lot to learn, I'm quite sure, but I just felt I should say that. Otherwise, I'll be sitting here quiet all day. So my empathy goes to the task force.
Though the only issue I would say here, Bill, is one of the things that's been niggling at me is that there's a difference between being technology neutral and technology almost adverse in our standards. And I think that's a little bit of what we're grappling with here on this topic. So I get your point. I think you also sort of had a broader philosophical point there too.
I do. May I respond to that? I mean, again, I'm sitting here trying to support principles-based standards, and a number of you have answered your own question by saying, well, in reality, I would do X or I would do Y. And there was no error in the statement, but in the application or standard material, but you're trying to plug every hole in there of every potential iteration. And I think that continues to push against the principle-based standard setting. So, application material, I'm not sure I agree with you, Fernando, that they've done a remarkable job in keeping it short, because it is 35 pages of application material. And, So I think, that we've talked about CUSP principles, but I haven't heard a lot of examples of CUSP explained today. I've found it people trying to articulate their own thought process rather than sticking with a principle and CUSP processes. So look, I'll be the minority. I'm quite sure about that, but I just couldn't sit here any longer today without speaking up on something. I chair the Australian Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, and we discussed this standard last week at our meeting, and we thought it was very close to being good enough to go to ED in September, and we remain that way. So I just made that comment.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Sue.
Okay, thank you, and thanks, Bill, and thanks for the empathy. It's my first time sort of coming through to the end of a project, and it is hard trying to pull all the different threads and keep everybody on side. But so I appreciate the support; it's very helpful. Julie and Diane, you referenced this piece about digital or non and everything like that. I mean, it's a great reflection. I suppose the only piece I'd maybe offer back is the feedback we've had from things like the SMP community, who are keen that we don't go too far down that line. But that said, there might be something to think about around if kind of the industry norm or the business norm would be that you would expect something digital, then maybe there's something there. And what's also going through my head is whether this standard is the right place for that kind of consideration. You referenced acceptance procedures, but certainly we can reflect on that. And even if this isn't the right place, it's something that we should continue to challenge. And Diane and Josephine, I think you both made comments around A4, and the I think what we've taken is the text from extant, but it's a good challenge, and we'll take that away. I think there's a lot in what you said. So, and I can see some of my task force members nodding. So, I think we're pushing an open door there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, my comment about the digital is not a fatal flaw by any means. And I do think you have the right balance in what you've drafted right now in terms of digital. I think it's going to evolve. It's going to change. We want this to be fit for purpose and be scalable. So I think what you've got right now is the right balance. Just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. So you mentioned your task force members, which I just want to say at the outset of this meeting, just being a member of a task force doesn't exclude you from speaking up on any topic, but feel free if you want to add color to any part of your discussions here, then please do speak up. I'm not saying this just for this project, but for any project throughout the week. We've developed a little bit of a convention for task force members to be quiet, but that's not a convention I entirely buy. But obviously, if there's nothing more to add, then it's fine. Sue?
Okay, let's keep on going. So on to the next slide, please. So what we're going to look at now is paragraph 9. And again, we'd like to focus just on the requirement for this first slide, please. We had a number of comments from you in March and some mixed views in relation to paragraph 9, particularly around whether and how the requirement should address the attributes of accuracy and completeness. So there were mixed views, and that's continued to come through in the offline comments. As we described in section B4 of the issues paper, we referenced back the board's direction in July 2021 that the requirement should specifically address accuracy and completeness. But we also referenced the previous board discussions that not all attributes of relevance and reliability are intended to be applicable in each circumstance. And specifically that the attributes shouldn't be designed to be used as some kind of checklist. So we've been on one of those kind of juggling acts here, really, trying to keep paragraph 9 as a principal base of requirement that applies to all information regardless of source. And actually, thinking about the different range of audit procedures that we're thinking about, so things like risk assessment and so on.
At the same time, obviously, we acknowledge the importance of accuracy and completeness. You know, for example, when you're in a situation where it's information produced by the entity for a further audit procedure. So we concluded ultimately that we feel that completeness and accuracy are best addressed in a separate requirement, which we've drafted as paragraph 9A, linked to the auditor's evaluation in paragraph 9. So it's a conditional requirement there. The proposed structure of that conditional requirement is important, and we'd like to get your feedback on this, perhaps before we go into some of the further detail. We think it's important to keep a principles-based standard that is scalable for a variety of situations. So if we can look at paragraph 9, I appreciate it potentially links into paragraph 9A as well. If we can try and keep the two separate, that's fine. If that doesn't work, that's also fine. But I'd like really in the feedback for you to sort of focus on the principles. Do you agree with the conditional requirement that we've added? We probably recognise that the wording of 9A can be improved. We've had a number of suggestions in offline comments. Again, you know, very happy to take that. But I think before we got too far down the route of completely wordsmithing 9A, we wanted to be comfortable that the structure that we're proposing of that conditional requirement does meet the direction that we got from you. So if we can focus on paragraph 9, it's intended to be a principles-based requirement that applies to all information, regardless of the source. And we've clarified the applicability of the attributes in the circumstances as described in the issues paper. So I think with that, I'll take a break and get your feedback on paragraph 9 and particularly that kind of structural piece, please.
Okay, paragraph 9. And people are hesitant to Josephine.
Happy with 9, thank you.
That was simple enough. Chun Wei.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not a fan of 9A. I think keeping it principle based in the purest form, you don't even need 9A. I can sort of understand the desire to bring prominence to accuracy and completeness. And therefore I was reluctant, but I was willing to accept the previous construct, but pulling it out into a separate paragraph just give it too much prominence, and it's a very clumsy construct in my mind. And also as a result of that, the application material, I think we heard a few comments about it being repetitive, and I think there's one area where it is repetitive because you need to pull out the accuracy and completeness bits from the broader discussion, and then you park them separately. And I think we missed the opportunity to properly integrate them with the overall guidance relating to paragraph 9. So if we are still going to, give prominence to accuracy and completeness, I thought what we had in the last version was okay. I'm just not a fan of pulling it out separately as 9A.
Okay. Anyone on this topic specifically? Lynn?
Can I just confirm, are we doing 9 and 9A, or are we just doing 9?
9. But
Okay.
I guess that this is where it becomes difficult because this was the construct. I'm not, yeah. And are we talking 9 little a, right? At first I was, Chelway, I thought you were talking 9 little a, and then I got confused, but now it was like, you don't approve of 9A as pulling it out. So let's park that for a second. Sorry for that.
I thought in Sue's lead and she was asking for the structure as well, and that will involve 9A, but sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna get to to that construct, but anyone want to come on 9 that includes little a and little b? Julie.
Sorry, Sue, this is going to be a continuation of my test, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So I got myself a little bit tied up in the header above 9 because we have information intended to be used as audit evidence, and there's no mention in there about the procedures. But I think the way Dan described it earlier clarified for me, but I just want to make sure I've got it. So that would be information to which audit procedures have been applied and you're intending to use it as audit evidence, where you could have information, perform procedures, but not intended to use as audit evidence. Have I got that right? So Ido's shaking his head no.
No, I don't think so. And this is about kind of what goes into the hopper at the top. And once you've performed your audit procedures, if you then conclude that it's not sufficiently relevant and reliable, then it goes out the hopper at the bottom. But this is that
right. So is this what comes out at the end, or is this
this is what goes in at the top?
Anyone else? Julie, are you thinking about that a little bit? And play music in the background. Okay, anyone else? Josephine?
I mean, just to Julie's point, I wonder, and it goes back to our first conversation where we're all in violent agreement about the same thing, but we're coming at it from different angles. It does get a bit confusing when you have the audit evidence definition, and then we don't really talk about it. We talk about information intended to be used as audit evidence in the application materials. So I think there's something maybe where we might perhaps, I don't want to define it, but maybe we need to describe it somewhere else, maybe earlier in the application materials, so that you've got a better link to paragraph 9 potentially. I don't know, just a thought, because there's a difference between when you get to the audit evidence piece and when you're just dealing with the information that you're intending at some point to use as audit evidence and apply procedures to it. It's like almost like a hopper that Sue describes. It's not really coming through very clearly, perhaps.
Julie?
Yeah, and Josephine, that's exactly where I tripped over it, because I was trying to tie it back to the definition of audit evidence. And I'm thinking, how do these two things work together? Because I was really clear on the input-output model point. But then when I got here, and we use this phrase a lot, so that's why I wanted some clarity on it. Are we being consistent with the way we're using it here? And what is the difference between all of these terms? Because I got myself a little bit mixed up with them.
Okay, so I think that's for the task force to consider whether some language could help with the confusion there. So,
yeah, I think it's something that we need to take away. We've endeavoured to be consistent with the language, but we may not have been. So I fully accept. We'll take that and look it through.
Eric, you want to come in on this point?
Yeah, I would just, can I get some clarity as to the confusion, because I'm confused about the confusion.
So the purpose of that confusion is
the definition, Eric, of audit evidence says that you have applied procedures to information and then you have audit evidence. But this header doesn't, it kind of skips the procedure part of it for me, because it's talking about information intended to be used as audit evidence, but there's no mention of the procedures that you're performing to get from one place to the other. So I found it a bit confusing to have those words and then have the audit evidence definition, which I was clear on. So that was my disconnect between what we call audit evidence and the steps you have to get there. And then this term where we say information intended to be used as audit evidence. So I was trying to draw the connection between the two.
Josephine, is that a stray tent or you?
Sorry.
Okay, so
Okay, thank you. We have had a go at drawing various diagrams at odd stages as well, and they get a bit complicated, but we can keep looking at that. Okay, I think I'll move on. I mean that phrase you referenced, about information to be used, intended to be used, is something we've had, around for a while, but we'll keep working on that. If we can go on to the next slide, please. So that's the application material to paragraph 9. There's quite a lot there in terms of the changes that we've made. We've restructured the application material to clarify the responsibilities and work effort. We moved the kind of how-to guidance to earlier in the section. We've emphasized that the evaluation of relevance and reliability of information is an iterative process that involves professional judgment. And to address the varying work efforts or the scalability in this area, the application material explains that the nature of the audit procedures may vary depending on the source of the information, and the extent may vary, that audit evidence about relevance and reliability may be obtained from other audit procedures, but also recognizing that in some circumstances, audit procedures, including, for example, tests of controls, may be necessary to obtain the evidence about accuracy and completeness of information. So there's a range of material there. There's examples to endeavour to illustrate that. Next slide, please. So what we've also done in the documentation section is we've added the reference to 230. I think previously somebody said we were talking about what we don't do as opposed to what we do. So we're hoping that we've got more of a balance there and address the concerns about scalability. We have enhanced guidance addressing the attributes of relevance and reliability. So the description of relevance is now closer to what we have in Extant 500. And it indicates that the principal attribute of relevance is a logical connection with the purpose of the audit procedure. We've included guidance about other factors that might affect relevance, including things like the period of time to which the information relates, and the exactness or the level of detail that's needed, so the precision there. And we've introduced application material to strengthen the link to ISA 240 in relation to authenticity. So, as I say, quite a number of changes in that section. If we can move to the next slide, please. We've split it into 3 chunks, so to hopefully make it easier, because there is a lot of material there. My suggestion would be if we take anybody's thoughts on A there, so the sections paragraph 29A to G, and then let's kind of see how we go. If there's, we might be able to combine the other 2 depending on whether people have a lot of comments. But Tom, I'd take your guidance.
I'm going to follow the lead of my task force chair on this one. Okay, so we're going to take any comments on A29A through A29G right now. Josephine?
Thank you, Sue. On A29G, there are going to be situations where it's necessary for the auditor to document the evaluation of information intended to be used as audit evidence when the auditor determines that it's not reliable, because I think in that situation, it may have a wider impact on the audit generally. Like, for example, even integrity of management, which is one of the examples we used earlier on. And so I wondered if you could just have a noodle in the task force of whether we could actually bring some of that out as an idea of where you might want to actually document, because it has, and maybe this is the best example, because it has a wider impact. Because I still feel it's still a little bit too negative, is you're not required to document, you don't have to do this at all, but actually in some cases you'd probably want to alert the auditor to times where it is probably a good idea to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, let's go, unless you want to respond, should we just go to A30A to A46? Isabel?
My comments relates to A30B, small b, and the first bullet in the example. So if I understand it well, we refer to a situation where the auditor has all over the year access to the accounting records of the company and is able to perform real life testing using automatic tools and techniques all over the year. So I don't know if it is what we mean. At least in my country, I've never heard about auditors using that kind of techniques all over the year on data that is always accessible. And I understand that data is not always accessible, at least for the moment. So I'm wondering if by including this example as a first bullet, we are not creating an expectation that this is the way we normally perform an audit. And I do not believe that this is the way we normally perform an audit now, maybe in the future. But in a lot of countries, it's not the situation still.
Yosh?
Thank you, Tom. I have just one comment about the paragraph A43 about the reliability of the evidence. Paragraph A43 gives examples of cases where the source of information is influenced by management or a related party, and where the source of information is management. In addition to those, the audit evidence obtained by the auditor through the entity could be influenced by management. For example, the verification by management, even if the information source itself is not influenced by management or a related party. Therefore, I suppose that it would be useful to provide the aspect of from whom the auditor obtained the audit evidence in the paragraph A43 examples. And I think that such a response is becoming more important because remote audits are increasing and expected to continue in COVID-19 environment, which was one of the key issues at the beginning of these proposals, I think. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Yosh. Anyone else? Okay, Sue, any reaction?
Yeah, thanks. I think, Isabel, I take your point there. This was one of those areas where we built in an example to reference technology. It's probably evolved over time. I think when it was referencing blockchain, it was maybe a little bit more common. We'll take a look at that and maybe look at the ordering or what have you, or if there's a more common technology example we could build in, we can certainly take a look at that. Yosh, we will reflect on that comment. Maybe we could have a discussion about what more we can say, because we are trying to keep the application material fairly general, and we have referenced the source, which may be subject to influence of management and related parties. And actually, by being that broad, that was intended to convey that it may not be something that's come directly from management. It may be something that has come through an alternative source that has been subject to that influence. So we'll take a look at that, but we may also try and see if we can clarify if what words might help.
Okay, so you want to go to A47 to A54?
Okay.
Diane?
So Lynn, just a couple things in here. I think in A48, there may be an opportunity, a cusp opportunity to clarify some of the wording, in particular things, the phrasing that we've got in here about a logical connection or bearing upon. I just thought maybe it could be a cleaner approach, just being much more succinct as to what we're conveying. So that was on A48. I just want to call out, I thought A49A was a really good add. This was the section, this one and the prior one, where I know you put in some additional considerations that I thought were particularly good. And I did like A49A. So I wanted to give you some good news, Lynn, some words of encouragement. And then, Sue, excuse me. And then on A52, the one comment that I had in here was the example in the box where we're talking about the second comment, you've got a phrase in here, inspecting a list of inventory returns. And I just had a question about the use of the word inspecting. I wasn't sure if you were trying to convey execution of audit procedures, because again, I was a little confused as to where we are in the process, whether at this point in the audit you would be inspecting, if you were scanning and auditing. I just wasn't sure about the word inspecting and what was the intention there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Diane. Bill?
So, sorry, I'm just going to revert quickly to the comment which was made on 30B, and I won't be long about this, but around the digital information, I think we talked earlier about whether there should be more technology in here. I think having it in examples is very good. And the example there was use the word may, M-A-Y, as in there was no obligation to do it. So I would, again, put back to you, Sue, I wouldn't be overreacting too much to that point. I'm sorry, Isabel. I think that examples are the place they can go.
Isabel, you want to come in?
Yeah, my point was not to remove it, but the positioning, just the fact that it comes first, it's people who could perceive it as the most common situation, while for the moment, in many instances, it's still science fiction.
Okay. Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. Generally, in the comments that we sent through, Sue, we have no change to the spirit, just moving things around. And we did have a similar comment like that. So I wasn't giving the wordsmithing type of comments, but I have two questions in this particular area. One is A48A, and I hope I'm in the, yeah. A48A, in the example, information used by management for monitoring procedures, for monitoring activities. Is that intentional to make it sound like internal controls, or is it really the review of entity performance? So just take a look at that, because I didn't know if we were trying to bring something new in there. And then A49, just an observation in credibility, when we say the source has competence, and I wasn't really sure if it's intentionally implying a human, or should credibility also extend to non-human sources? That's it. Thanks.
Okay. I think that's Bill. Do you want to come back in? No problem. You're a rookie at this. So.
Okay, thank you. I think those are probably things for the task force to go back and reflect. I think several people have sent slightly more detailed explanations in the material we've had offline. So that's good. Interesting thing about credibility being human, isn't it? So that's certainly one for while we're doing noodling, we can look at that. I think. Carry on.
Well, actually, I think this may, since we're talking science fiction, I'm not sure this board is quite science fiction, but we like to keep our audience hooked. I think this may be time for a good cliffhanger and leave us, what will we do with paragraph 9A? And we'll break here and reconvene at 1:30. So we'll have an hour, 15 minutes for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30, and I guess you're going to move next to maybe 9A. Well, maybe you just don't know here. Okay, it's lunchtime. We're going to start in 2 minutes. Okay, if we could all take our seats. We'll begin in a couple seconds. I feel like, do we need to recap the previous episode since it was a cliffhanger? No, we do not need to do that, but we should begin again. Sue, I think we're going to go to what everyone was anxious to get to, paragraph 9A. So I turn back to you.
Good stuff. So I'm full of chocolate and sugar now, so we're raring to go for 9A. As I mentioned earlier, this is a new paragraph that we've added to address and to try and balance the varying views that we've had in relation to the piece about completeness and accuracy. So we've developed a separate conditional requirement related to accuracy and completeness. Where applicable in the circumstances, the auditor is required to obtain evidence about accuracy and completeness. As we've noted in the issues paper, we've proposed to use the same terminology as we have in extant 500 when we're talking about information produced by the entity. So in our view, that's now a stronger requirement than what we had in March 22 in the draft there, because that was talking about shall consider the attributes of relevance and reliability. We've also developed application material to explain the circumstances where the auditor may determine that those attributes are applicable. And also, as we've previously talked about, other material in the application material that talks about when other attributes may be more relevant. We've noted that we've had comments from some board members in March about the attributes of accuracy and completeness being always important for information produced by the entity. We did discuss that as a task force, and we did recognise that there might be circumstances, and that's particularly, I think, where we're talking about using the information produced for risk assessment purposes, where accuracy and completeness may in those circumstances be less important compared to other attributes such as management bias, for example. So that's why we've kept where we are in relation to that piece on information produced by the entity. So if we take the next slide, please. This is coming back to your question 1 in relation to paragraphs 9A and the application material. We'd be interested in your feedback, please, on the material in the application material. And this is probably my bad from earlier. So also very much on that structure, that conditional requirement piece, please.
Okay, Fernando.
Thanks, Tom. Sue, I still really haven't decided if I like the way it's been presented in the papers. I understand why it was separated and done as a conditional, but the piece where I'm kind of struggling now is, for us practitioners today, what's different with this requirement? Do we need to do more? Do we need to do exactly the same? Do we need to do less? Is it more documentation? I'm just concerned that I may not be picking what the task force discussed and the intention of having this as a separate requirement. And I'm just concerned that in practice, we could be losing something or not really understanding the purpose. And that could create an issue for us in this execution of the audits.
Thank you. Len?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, task force. Just move my microphone closer. Apology, first time speaking because with Bill, maybe Bill and I had the same type of stakeholder group during our outreach. We're pretty comfortable with ISA 500. I did send in some editorial comments to the task force, but this 198A, I thought compelled to raise my 10 card. I think it's very important from my perspective that accuracy and completeness are always applicable. I think I raised that point previously at a board meeting. So my view is, supportive of paragraph 9A, but I think the issue is they are always applicable. However, it's not always possible to obtain evidence about accuracy and completeness directly, especially with respect to information from third-party sources. For example, I think auditor go through consideration of accuracy and completeness of the information may take into consideration of credibility of the source of the information. So perhaps to retain paragraph 9A, suggestion is maybe paragraph 9A should be focused more on how procedure perform over accuracy and completeness of the information may depend on different circumstances. So in principle, I support inclusion of 9A, but my view has not changed since last year. Is accuracy, completeness should always applicable, but it's not always possible. So the focus of 9A should be focused on how the procedure perform over the accuracy and completeness of information may depend on circumstances. Thank you. But other than that, I think I'm really happy in terms of the project so far, and particularly on the issues paper. It's nice and short. Thank you, Sue.
Lynn.
Thank you, Tom. 9A we've used in the fraud work in terms of Diane's favourite topic, journal entries. This is just an introduction for Thursday, and it certainly worked and was very helpful to us in that regard. That's my positive. My negative is the nested provisos within the section of, as applicable in the circumstances in accordance with the paragraph, and then as necessary in the circumstances. It didn't pass the clarity of understanding test for me, and I suggest at least one of those in the circumstances could be deleted. So those are my two comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel?
Thank you. I have 3 points on paragraph 9 big A. The first one relates to the flow. The second one relates to the circularity. And the third one relates to the drafting, and it's the same as the one raised by Lynn. So I will have only 2 points remaining. My first point is on the flow. And in 9A, we introduce accuracy and completeness, while we have not spoken of accuracy and completeness before in the standard. Accuracy and completeness arrive in the application material to paragraph 9. So when you arrive in 9 big A, you see accuracy and completeness, and you don't understand why it's there, and you don't even know that it's one among the attributes that have been referred to in paragraph 9. So maybe we should add accuracy and completeness attributes just to make the linkage with 9, or maybe there's a more complex fixing to do for the reader that has not yet read the application material to understand why we speak of accuracy and completeness. And then my second point is on the circularity. So if I understand it well, for an information to become audit evidence, you need to consider several things, including the attributes. And then you look at the attributes of accuracy and completeness, and you have to obtain audit evidence on accuracy and completeness. So if I try to make it short, for an information to become audit evidence, you need to obtain audit evidence. So where does it start? Where does it stop? So maybe there's a drafting fixing to do. But for me, it's totally unclear because I don't know when we will be able to conclude that we have audit evidence, because to have audit evidence, we need to obtain audit evidence. Thank you.
Okay, these are slightly different. This is about the quality of the drafting, which I think task force admittedly said needs to be improved, but not a philosophical objection to 9. Chawi's point was more, do we need 9A at all in principle-based world? So far, no one else has voiced that concern. But though we have a lot more cards to go through. Diane?
That was a bit of a cliffhanger that you set me up for.
I didn't say you had to disagree.
I don't know if I'm going to disappoint or not. I'm in definitely thank you for the comments that Len and Isabel made, because I do think they both brought up some very good points. I'm in the camp with Len probably, which I've always felt strongly that accuracy and completeness is a must-have. You always need to consider it. And I agree with him that you may not always get there, because through third party, you may have a natural limitation on that, and then the auditor needs to step back and decide what they do with it. So I do agree with that. And I also agree with Isabel that it does seem a bit odd that the first time you hear about accuracy and completeness is 9A, and whether it can be introduced a little bit earlier, because I do think it is important. So again, I'm okay with 9A. I think it could be elevated because it's the first time it's introducing it. And then when you get into the application material, I wasn't crazy about the qualifiers that were in there. I thought those could be stripped out. And I also sent along some comments to streamline some of the wording. Thank you.
You didn't disappoint, Diane. Kai?
Thank you. I think I'm in between where Changwei was and where Diane is now. I think accuracy and completeness is important. I completely agree, but I think it can also be, as Changwei explained, be built into the list in 9. And as part of evaluating relevance and reliability, if you do that, I think you come across accuracy and completeness as well. So challenging whether 9A should be separate or being built into the concept of 9.
I'm not sure. Was Chudway, were you suggesting that it should be built in 9, or that it principle? Okay, as opposed to not being built in at all. Okay, Lauren.
Yes, I'm also of the view that it's pretty difficult to get your head around talking about relevant and reliable information, and then saying that accuracy and completeness are only sometimes applicable. And I struggle to imagine a situation where you would have incomplete or inaccurate information, but yet you still reach the conclusion that that is somehow relevant and reliable for the purposes of generating audit evidence. So I suppose that as a sort of a practical, logical point of view, it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And I think that it could potentially lead to a tremendous amount of confusion among ordinary practitioners who are predominantly going to be concerned with whether or not the data that they're processing on their engagements is effectively accurate and complete. And I suppose at a more technical level, what gets more complicated is when you get into the application guidance, accuracy and completeness are very clearly presented as part of these sort of relevant attributes. Relevance is this and reliability is this, and you've got accuracy and completeness in the 2 tables. And there's also a sort of an inherent assumption that you can somehow look at each component separately, when in fact, practically, that's not really the case. So for example, if information is biased, then it's also inaccurate. Or it could potentially be incomplete. And the fact that it's incomplete is why it's biased. So you really do get yourself into a really complicated situation where you're trying to operate under the assumption that these quality attributes are divisible, when in fact they are not really divisible. To me, the way I've read this is to say that these quality attributes are important, relevance and reliability are important, but in some cases, as pointed out, it may be difficult to collect evidence or information. I'm confused now with those terms, but it's difficult to collect evidence to support or to conclude on whether the data is accurate or the information is accurate and complete. And conversely, you could find yourself in a situation where it's pretty obvious that the information is accurate and complete, and so the auditor doesn't need to perform some type of extensive work to reach a conclusion about the underlying data or information on which all of the work is ultimately based. But I actually thought that paragraph 9A creates a tremendous amount of confusion. And to iterate the point I raised in the earlier meeting in March, I really struggle to understand how we can make the statement that accuracy and completeness could in actual fact be inapplicable.
Okay, we have a number of comments along that same line. Josephine?
Sue, thank you very much for 9A. This one was always a slight concern for me, given that, as I keep reiterating, inspection findings still come up on this, that the work's not really up to scratch yet. So having it take a back seat was rather concerning. I think that there's a couple of comments that are coming through that I would support. I've suggested some wording where we seem to have, I think Lynn said nested provisos, and I've sort of said, and I've said over caveated it. So I think we can simplify it and just get to the point that if they determine that accuracy and completeness are applicable, then the auditor shall obtain audit evidence about accuracy and completeness. I'm slightly of a different view to those who have said sometimes, not of a different view that it might be difficult to obtain audit evidence, but quite frankly, if you've made the determination that they are relevant in this decision-making process and you can't obtain audit evidence about that, then you have an issue. So I think trying to move down the splitting the obtaining audit evidence from whether it's necessary isn't the right way. I think they had it right when they wrote this originally, which is to recognize in some situations they're not. It's not in all situations. So in just with that caveat, I think just tightening up the wording, almost going back to how it was before, and I think we're there. But I like the way you split it up as well. I think it's neater. Might just want to, ping 9A back to 9, so it's absolutely clear. But yeah, on the whole, great direction. Thank you.
Julie?
Most of what I'm going to say will be a repeat of what Josephine just said, so I won't go through it all. I had the same concerns about 9A as some of the others. I thought that it could be back up in 9, either something back towards where we had it in March, or little C where it talks about performing procedures on accuracy and completeness when necessary, or something along those lines, Sue. So I was a bit troubled with 9A, but I understand where we're going, and so I think the spirit was in the right direction. Just maybe putting it back under 9 would help me.
Wendy?
I think we're getting to a point where there's echoes in the room. And I have to go all the way back to the first comment that was made by Chung Wei. I am fine with the concept in 9A, and I understood what was in the issues paper, but also believe that it needs to be wordsmithed a little, and we sent that in, and it should be part of 9. That confusion for me was why it was a separate requirement.
Okay. Actually, a good bit of consensus around this one. Sue?
Yeah, I think maybe if I just summarize what I think I've heard so we can just check we've got consensus. I think our expectation was that we were probably most likely to be bringing back a redraft of this to Friday. So we really wanted to get the direction, and I think we've got some good material there. I think there is there's an element of support for the conditional element, but probably with a feeling that that there's more frequency. I mean, we've played with the idea of using the word ordinarily or something like that in this piece, and we'll take a look at whether that might help in conveying that that there are situations where it's relevant, and there are sometimes one where it's less so. I think maybe it was Isabel was asking about what's different to previously. And I think, previously this was only referencing information produced by the entity. Now the standard is looking at all information. So we do need to be conscious of that. But I thought it was interesting feedback about the piece about if information is hard to get, we don't want to be using that as an excuse to not perform appropriate procedures. So we need to be careful how we word that. So I think we've got direction there. The drafting, clearly there's discussion about how we can link it into 9, and I think we were conscious that was a possibility. But again, we just wanted to get the feedback on how the principle worked. So I think, Tom, I'll just look over at Dan. Was there anything else you wanted to get from this? Yeah, I think we've got good steer to go away and work on. And I would, by way of a teaser for the next episode, I think you should be looking forward to your next iteration of 9A.
We're gonna Edo.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And this was difficult to get here, and I think one of the reasons is not having it as A, B, or C is that that's sent before you get to A. It says consider. So So we were struggling with the notion of we need to consider whether we obtain audit evidence, because if we would write that in, Josephine will be jumping up and down. And my personal view is we don't need it at all. We need relevance and reliability to be asserted, evaluated. And this would be an element thereof, because how would you otherwise get to relevance and reliability? So I just want to give you a little bit of the sense of the difficulty what we have with this, and clearly we will redraft and see what we can bring in. But it's not easy, and purely from a principles point of view, I don't think we need it at all. I recognize it was in the extent, and people feel hard about losing it, particularly in light of findings, regulatory findings. So understand all of that. Thank you.
Thank you for that context. It's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, actually, just to respond to a couple of points that Isabel made while we were sort of working through this, some of the text that you've identified, where there's confusion or circularity or what have you, the text is in extant. So, I mean, again, that's not a reason for us to not go back and look at it. But I think you asked the question about what we do differently. There probably isn't a change because it's the same words, but again, we'll take that and look at those as well. Okay, we'll move on to paragraph 10 then, please. So next slide, please. And we'll look at this with the application material as well as the requirement. So this is the piece about information intended to be used as audit evidence that's been prepared by management's expert. In response to the feedback we had in March, we've redrafted to hopefully strengthen the link or the relationship with the overarching requirement in paragraph 9, and enhanced and clarified the application material in response to the board comments. And I won't go through the detail. I think it's a fairly self-contained section. So if we take the next slide, please, and we'll take your feedback on the management experts piece.
Okay, a management expert. Josephine.
Thank you, Sue. I was just wondering whether we just need to be, it sounds very dull because it is repeating what's in the heading, but I wonder if we have to be absolutely precise that it's if information intended to be used as audit evidence has been prepared, just to make it absolutely clear that the auditor will perform audit procedures on that information in order for it to become audit evidence. You can't just take an information and automatically become audit evidence without those procedures. So I wondered if we could bring that into the actual requirement as well, but I And I like the way that you'd had it before from that perspective, but it has improved, but maybe just extend that piece. Thank you. And I'll just need to double check if I've got anything on the application material.
Any other comments?
Sue, no, sorry, it was just editorials I've already sent you. Thank you.
Okay. So.
Okay, thank you, and we'll certainly look at that. It makes a lot of sense. So I think move on to the next slide, which is paragraph 11. So this is doubts about relevance or reliability of information. And again, we saw this in March. One of those fabulous sort of translation type spots from Sachiko was just clarifying whether we mean when there are doubts about the relevance or reliability, because it could be either. So so we have clarified that it could be either. We've added the requirement for the auditor to first attempt to obtain alternative information or additional information. And the difference between those two is it might be that it's more of the same, in that it's maybe extending a period or something like that. Or it might be that you need to get something different from a different source potentially. So there's a requirement in 11A to first attempt to obtain additional or alternative information. And then 11B addresses the actions by the auditor if the additional or alternative information can't be obtained. And then in the application material, we've hopefully enhanced and clarified that, such that the relevance may change over time. So, information will age or due to events or conditions, and linked to 200 when there are doubts about reliability or indications of potential fraud. So, could take the next slide. That's questions on paragraph 11 and the application material, which is A75 and A76, please.
Okay. Requirement 11 and related application materials. Lynn?
Thank you. This was a very interesting paragraph from my perspective, listening to my reference group, because they read it in two completely different ways. One group read it that if you had any doubts about the reliability and relevance of information, you immediately move to looking for alternatives. So you move straight into 11A without doing any more on the information you already had. The second group read it that you'd done everything you possibly could on the reliability and relevance of the information. And if you couldn't satisfy yourself, you then moved to 11A. So very different views of how this should be read. And so given that they won't be the only group of people that read it differently, I think it needs to be really clear what you're trying to get at there. And I think it's because if the auditor has doubts, those doubts can be right at the beginning or they can be right at the end, but you have different thought processes depending on when those doubts are raised. My own personal opinion is that you usually start with doubts, and so you must do many audit procedures on the information you have to satisfy yourself. If you can't, then you move to attempting to find alternatives. So that's my construct that I think you're trying to get at, but I'd like to see it clarified. And if I haven't been very clear, I have talked to Dan about this because it's a bit complex, I accept. Thank you.
Thank you. Chun-Wei?
Thank you.
So given that there isn't many cuts up, I guess I'm probably in the minority, but I struggled with this A and B. I read it multiple times. I find it difficult to demarcate 11 small a and the B small one now. I mean, in the past, in the previous construct, we sort of put them together and I could sort of see, because I think in practice you do it together. So I read that the reason why we bring it separate is because we want people to do A first and then B one. But I'm just struggling a little bit to imagine in practice how how you actually do that separately. But again, as I said, I think there isn't many cuts, so I'm probably in the minority. And the other point is the addition to B small 2. I agree with that addition, and maybe this is a point which I should raise later on, but I guess my question is, the reference to whether this matter indicates a risk of material misstatement due to fraud. Why wouldn't we have the same thing in 13 big A small b? So maybe I should bring it later on, but since I have the mic, I'll just raise it now. Thanks.
Josephine?
Thank you, Sue. I'm just comfortable with the direction here. Recognise that some are maybe not understanding at which point you're at when you're in 11 little a, little b. So appreciate Lynn's suggestion for making that a bit clearer. In terms of 11A, though, it's what concerned me there was the attempt to obtain. That sounds a little bit like, but if you can't be bothered, don't worry about it. So I think we just need to just say obtain. Alternative or additional information rather than attempt to, because in all cases you should just obtain it. And then if you can't, then you've got B that says if alternative or additional information cannot be obtained. So you're covered off by B if you just go back to obtain for A. Thank you.
I'll attempt to hand this back to Sue now. Maybe.
Now you don't know what I'm going to do because you've only attempted.
You could decide you're not bothered either.
So Lynn, thank you for that. I mean, isn't it interesting when you get two different groups of people to look at it, and I have to say it's we will certainly consider how to reference that kind of thing. I mean, I don't think. I suppose the discussion we did have, and this goes back to the fact that the standard applies, all the way through the course of the audit, right from your very early kind of scoping considerations, is that at some points it may drop out pretty early, and that whole kind of further procedures thing might be ineffective. There might be an alternative thing that is probably better than what you were thinking about in the first place. So that's probably why we were a little bit loose on that phraseology. But the point is kind of well made, and certainly as you get more towards the end of the piece, I think both you and others have said it's not optional at that point. It's it's an important piece of, you probably haven't got as many places to go. So we'll certainly reflect on that one. I think, I'm not sure there's much else to add to those. I think we'll certainly take a look at those, Chun-Wei. I appreciate the explanation as to how it's sometimes a bit hard to work through some of these. I think some of these phraseologies we've got from some of the other standards. So I think where we talk about if we haven't obtained a sufficient evidence, so 330 talks about attempting actually. So it's not a phrase that is new and introduced here, but we can look at whether there are ways to build that. I mean, maybe if we even just sort of say attempt to obtain or something, it at least makes it sound like you are meant to be bothered. So that's I think that's probably it in sort of running through those pieces. So I think, Tom, if that's okay with you, we'll move on to the next one.
Sure.
So that's, can we take the next slide, please? So this, sorry, yeah, of course.
Sorry, I missed out the application material. There's one small comment that I have on A75C. So I think A75C refers to ISA 200, and it's actually referencing to A23 in ISA 200. And if you look at ISA 200, A23, it actually refers back to ISA 500, paragraph 11. So, I mean, on top of that, it refers to a couple other ISA, but it looks a little bit circular. So maybe if the task force can have a quick look at that. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chunwei. Yeah, we will. Okay, so this is paragraph 13 and 13A, which is the evaluation paragraph. So we're going to be looking here at both the requirement and the application material. So in March, what we heard was broad support for the stand back concept, but we were asked to clarify the level at which that stand back would be done. We've set out in the issues paper, paragraph 43, the evaluation is really intended to kind of close the loop on paragraph 8B. So it's linking where you start, your intentions when you start off through to the end of the audit. So 8B requires the auditor to design and perform audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances to meet, to provide audit evidence to meet their intended purpose to be discussed. And then paragraph 13 requires the auditor to evaluate whether the audit evidence obtained actually met the intention at the outset. So that's the purpose of what we have, or that's the position and the intention of what we have. When we were looking at the board's feedback, we clarified that the evaluation is about providing a basis for concluding on sufficient appropriate audit evidence in accordance with ISA 330 paragraph 26. So paragraph A77B of the application material explains that the evaluation that's required by paragraph 13A is made in the context of the ISA 330 requirements, and therefore it's focused on whether the audit evidence obtained meets the purpose performed for the relevant financial statement assertions. So it's linking it to that piece on financial statement assertions in 330. The requirement in 13 was also clarified to require the auditor to consider all evidence obtained. So whether it's consistent or inconsistent, or regardless of whether it appears to corroborate or contradict the assertions in the financial statements. We felt that was an important clarification, and we've explained in paragraph 45 of the issues paper that audit evidence may be inconsistent with other audit evidence. So we feel we've broadened the consideration there. So, you know, although it might be inconsistent within itself, it may either corroborate or contradict the assertions in the financial statements. So the wording we have is consistent with paragraph 26 of ISA 330, but it's about considering the various elements of the audit evidence. And then we've developed a conditional requirement, which is paragraph 13A, which was really paragraph 12 that we discussed in March 22, which requires the auditor to address these any inconsistencies, if applicable, to consider the effect on other aspects of the audit. When we reviewed it for the feedback that we had from the board, we felt it fitted better with this more stand-back element than being the separate section it was previously. So those are the changes on paragraph 13 and 13A and the application material. So if we move to the next slide, again, we'll take your feedback, please.
Okay. 13A, Warren.
Thanks, Tom. So too, I generally like paragraph 13 and 13A. I'm just wondering if you think there would be any merit in making it explicit that these inconsistencies, either in the information or in the audit evidence, could actually be indicative of a genuine error or a genuine misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, rather than just sort of leaving it under the broad, understand it and then try to address the inconsistencies. Some of the feedback we've received is that address the inconsistencies almost sounds like you're trying to make them go away, rather than actually sort of internalize them and say, well, there's something wrong now with whatever assertion related to whatever balance or transaction you're trying to test. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Warren. Josephine.
Thank you. I also like these paragraphs. Thank you, Sue. The only thing I would say, similar to paragraph 8, it's not the intention, but again, it seems to the application material heavily focuses on the 330 stage of the audit and not, for example, paragraph 35 of ISA 315, which has, similar language about evaluating audit evidence. So perhaps could have a look at that, the application material, and make sure it's appropriately balanced between what's coming out from your risk assessment and your further audit procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. 2 points on this, Sue. I'm not sure about 13A being in the order in which it's in. I guess I was thinking about the fact that to do 13, you probably need to have done 13A and come to some conclusion on 13A, especially if you're going to perform additional procedures and therefore maybe get more evidence. So I suppose I could live with either way, but I felt a little bit like 13A where it was before made more sense to me personally. And then on 13a, so I'm on a different paragraph now, when we say evaluate whether the audit evidence obtained meets the intended purpose of the audit procedure, is that meant to be at the audit procedure level, the individual audit procedure level, or something different than that? Because when I read it, that's what I took from it.
Okay, no other hands.
Okay, Warren, I think we used the wording we did to try not to give the impression that that somehow the expectation was that you fixed something. I think at one point there was a kind of resolve or something like that in the drafting, and we've softened that out. But I can see the point, and we'll sort of try and reflect whether there's an alternative wording, because you're absolutely right. It's the answer might be that there is an issue. Josephine, yes, we'll, following the discussion we had earlier about the application material, we'll sort of take a look, and I think there are examples in there around risk assessment, but that balance piece we will look at. And then Julie, I think the link into 330 is all about the financial statement assertion rather than procedure. So that evaluation we would see as being at the financial statements assertion level. So I think it's I think the application material A77B provides the link.
Okay, any other reactions to this section? Please, so Josephine.
Now, I just wanted to just put a little point in that if the task force could noodle over as well, and it will also relate to the conforming amendments. I think 8, you're not dealing with assertions made by management or in the financial statements, because that's not how it's dealt with in 315. And forgive me if I've got this right, but 540 either at that stage. But you are dealing with it in 13. So I think it's absolutely right in 13, because that's ultimately the end goal. But at the earlier stage, you may not even know yet what those relevant assertions are. You're finding out that information, and yet you're still obtaining audit evidence. So whilst that is your end game, I'm not quite sure that that's properly placed. So I just wondered, because they are connected, these two, if you could have another look at that, another think back. Might need to have a look at some of the 315 issues papers, but anyway, thank you, Sue.
I guess this, Lily and I have had the side conversation throughout this. The only thing it raises is the question of the assertions issue and whether we have given you as a task force enough guidance on it, or do you feel that it's sort of out there in the ether without enough clarification for you to come back? I turn it over to Sue, Dan, Phil, task force members to feel like, what do you need from the board at this point?
So I'll start, and then the others. I'll see just how evil the looks are from Dan as to how I'm going. But I think my feeling is we've got a steer in a number of places. We've also, in some of the offline comments, had some suggestions that I think will help finesse some of the references. I think we're very confident with some of the ones that are kind of later in the process. It's maybe some of the things that are earlier. So I probably feel like we've had feedback, but Dan and Phil, you're the guys doing the drafting. Are there any specific ones we want to make sure we pick up?
I would agree, Sue, that I think generally the direction is there. Got the impression from the earlier discussion that the board was generally comfortable with the reference to assertions made by management in paragraph 8, with a couple of exceptions. The problem with all of this is that there are multiple references throughout the ISAs to management's assertions made by management, and assertions in the financial statements. And they're not always used in the same way, in the same context. So what the task force tried to do in the issues paper, as Sue described earlier, was at least explain how the task force got to assertions made by management in paragraph 8, which was intended to be a little bit broader. Not only the assertions that are implicit or explicit in preparing the financial statements, but also more broadly any response to inquiries and things like that at that stage. Paragraph 13, because it's linked so directly to ISA 330 paragraph 26, the task force was very clear that the words needed to be assertions in the financial statements, because those are the words used when evaluating whether sufficient appropriate audit evidence has been obtained. So again, that's background. That's a refresher from what the board heard earlier. But I think in terms of the direction about the task force can continue to noodle a little bit on Josephine's point, and looking back at 315 to see if there's anything else that could be clarified in paragraph 8 or the related application material. And I think Tom, that's what I would think the takeaway is for the task force.
Okay. And Josephine?
Yeah, I was just going to confirm that's in terms of 13, it's absolutely spot on, and it's completely consistent with even 315 paragraph 35. It's just 8. I think we've not quite got that right. That's all. But thank you.
Okay. Sue?
Okay, so next slide, please. So we're just going to go on to the appendix. The changes we've proposed to the appendix are relatively small, so you've got them in the papers, and really just asking for any views on the proposed revisions to the appendix to the standard. Tom.
Okay. Anything on the appendix? I don't see any hands up, so speak now. Okay, Chanwei.
I'm hesitant because it's not related. Sorry, let me change my glasses. I'm hesitant because it's not related to changes that have been made. Is actually some old wording. So is on paragraph 10. The first sentence where it say that although all the evidence obtained through inquiry may need to be corroborated. I'm just wondering, given all the discussion that we've had, whether the word choice or the direction towards corroborating may need to be adjusted. So that's just one. And then, the second part of this paragraph, in these cases, understanding and so on and so forth, I think this is replicated below in the examples box. So maybe just have a look to make sure that it's not replicated. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else on the appendix? Wendy.
So, I actually haven't sent these recommendations in yet, but we were looking at number 7, analytical procedures. And we weren't really sure it was modern enough. Did it include all of the analysis or analytical procedures that are done today? So that was the only area that we're just going to send in some thoughts of making it broader than where it is now.
Okay. Anyone else on the appendix? Okay, Sue. Back to you.
Great, thank you. Good spot on corroborating, Chun Wee. We'll certainly take a look at that. And Wendy, look forward to the suggestions. I think we left this relatively untouched, so if there are thoughts, we'll certainly consider them. Okay, next slide, please. You'll be pleased to see we've moved off question 1. So question 2 is is that just anything else? Anything anybody else wants to think about on the draft standard? I suppose really just any other thoughts that you haven't raised that we need to take account of in preparing the draft for your consideration in September, please.
Billy, I saw you leaning in.
Yes, I can see Sue was sort of, well, anything else. This is a very important question from a due process point of view. So this really is the last opportunity to say, is there anything else the task force should take into account when they finalize the draft for approval in September?
Another way to say is, what are we missing? What concerns you? Use our professional skepticism as standard setters here. Anything? Anyone wants to raise anything? You want to come in, Janine?
Yeah. So let me take the opportunity to give some feedback after having listened carefully to the good discussions today. There are actually 3 things that I would like to give us for you for your consideration, which relate to public interest issues that the PIOB published in April about this project. First, I'd like to ask the board to further consider how auditors could be encouraged to seek external sources of specific information which could contradict or corroborate audit evidence obtained from the client. And this relates actually also, if you look at a case like Wirecard, there was information out there, but it was not really used. Or seeking external sources of information could be very important. And secondly, I like to make a comment about the balance between requirements and application material, and the attributes of relevance and reliability and the persuasiveness of audit evidence are mainly explained in the application material, except for completeness and accuracy, which is now in 9A and which was debated quite a lot. But this triggers actually the question, why only these two attributes are explicitly included in the requirements and not the other attributes, like, for instance, authenticity, which also important in view of addressing the risk of fraud. And of course, I heard reasons why that is the case, but my real underlying question is, will it be clear to stakeholders which criteria were used by the board to put something in the requirements versus in application material? And I think it is important that stakeholders commenting on the exposure draft through the public consultation understand the thought process of the board, resulting in choices made about what goes into requirements and what in application material. And that is explained why the proposed treatment is expected to drive improved auditor behaviors, adds to the clarity of the standard, and contributes to enforceability. I think that would really be important. That's my perspective when the ED is out there for public consultation. And lastly, for driving improved auditor behaviors, if I look at the current practice at audit firms, it could be very beneficial if there would be more clarity in this standard about the minimally required level of audit evidence resulting from, on the one hand, the control testing, and on the other hand, the audit evidence resulting from substantive procedures. And this is particularly relevant for addressing the detection risk related to fraud, as audit approaches nowadays tend to be more and more non-control reliant, which trend is driven by the increased use of data analytical tools. And this is, in my view, something that is going to be more and more important going forward, and maybe something for the board to, and the task force in particular, to reflect on. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine, for those reflections from the PIOB. Anyone else want to come in on this question too? Okay, I'm sure we'll consider, particularly on some of those points. I think it's really going to our thought process and maybe the use of our explanatory memorandum and how we've addressed it, and that will also then elicit appropriate feedback through the comment process as well. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Janine. We'll obviously be very conscious of those comments, and I know there's some places we've picked them up, but we will certainly be reflecting more. And I'm also a member of the technology working group, and what you were just saying about data analytics, some flavour there. Maybe another area we can think about adding help. So if we, and apologies, I didn't mean to be flippant about question 2. It's obviously important. So question 3.
Billy does that to me all the time, so I'm used to it.
Flippancy, right? Okay.
Not flippant, but corrected me.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Billy, for keeping us true. Next slide, please. So the bit you've all been waiting for is conforming and consequential amendments. So I will remind you that we had a conversation in March where we outlined the criteria that we've used for making the conforming and consequential amendments, very much taking the steer of if what we have at the moment is not broken by the changes we're making, that we're not going in and making kind of wholesale changes for particular terminology or modernization or what have you. It's not within the scope of the project, and so we've been rigorous. We have done a big exercise, and actually I have to thank the task force because we did go through every single standard. We did a kind of divide and conquer exercise where Phil looked through all of them, and then we sort of reviewed various standards to come up with what we've put in front of you today. So that was a big piece of work that's come down into a smaller paper for you. So our approach we outlined in March, and we didn't get much in the way of feedback there. So that's how we've taken this going forward in what we've presented to to you. There are a few pieces perhaps just to highlight to make sure that you are comfortable with, or if you have questions around them. The piece about sufficient appropriate audit evidence, Yosh, which you raised earlier, that's explained in the issues paper, and we're not proposing a change there. In ISA 200, we are proposing to delete the definition of audit evidence, which is duplicating, or it's not quite duplicating, but it would be duplicative of what's in ISA 500. And we are also proposing moving the definition of accounting records from ISA 500 to ISA 315, which is the standard where it's actually used in the requirements. So there are a number of other pieces. I think those are the major ones. You've had the papers. So I think if we move to the next slide, we're looking for your feedback, please, on the proposed conforming and consequential amendments.
Okay, I wonder, do you want to do them all at once, or do you want to go standard by standard?
I'd be happy to do them all at once.
Okay, assuming we don't have too many. Okay, any comments on the conforming amendments? Josephine.
Thank you, Sue. Just to reiterate my point that I'm not sure we've got it quite right with paragraph 8, and as a consequence, I'm not at all happy with the changes that have been made to paragraph 13 of ISA 315. 35 is fine, because there was a lot of thought and process that went into removing the reference to assertions made by management. In fact, in the exposure draft to 315, if you recall, it talked about the identification and assessment of risk and connected the assertions to that piece, but then it changed when it came back from exposure, and that was removed. So I think we've got to be really careful about making these changes to standards where we've only just put this in place and a lot of work went into that. So from that perspective, I'm very concerned about that. But a part of that will be the conversation that you'll have as a task force as well. And that was really the only comment I had, and presumably some of these will just change anyway if there's some changing in the drafting. So that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Isabel?
Thank you. It's always very difficult to check the completeness of consequential and conforming amendments. So I mostly focused on auditor's report to see if there was a change that was necessary in the example of auditor's report that we have. So I read carefully what you wrote in agenda item 3, paragraph 54, where you concluded that no change was necessary to change sufficient and appropriate to sufficient appropriate. But in the same sentence, in paragraph 39, so 39, little b, little I, we also use the wording to provide a basis for the auditor's opinion. And now in ISA 500, and also we are proposing the conforming change to paragraph 17 to ISA 200, we have added end report on the auditor's opinion and report. So shouldn't we add this end report at the end of the sentence that is in paragraph 39, little b, little I of ISA 700?
Lynn.
Thank you. In terms of question 3A, deleting it from 200, because 200 is an umbrella standard, I actually like it being complete, so I'd have a slight preference for leaving it in 200, but I accept that the majority is probably the other way. On 220, paragraph A16, I didn't understand why you'd added in the bit about the concepts of materiality specifically there. I mean, I'm okay with moving the order of the ISAs into that paragraph. I just didn't understand why you were particularly bringing that out. I didn't see anything in the standard that led me to that conclusion. And my final comment is just around 240, where obviously there's going to be a timing issue between this one and 240 that we get whether they're conforming amendments or whether they just go through in 240. I don't have any problems with them. It's just purely a comment about timing. So those are my 3 comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine, I assume you tend to spill up. Okay. Sue and team.
So Josephine, thank you for reminding me that I should have said, obviously, we'll update these as, you know, if there are any further changes. So that's fine. And we'll take a look at the points you've highlighted as we work through the, you know, the material in paragraph 8 and the application material. Isabel, I think that's probably what we would call a good spot. So the piece about the audit reports, I think we'll take it double check, but I think it looks like it makes sense. Lynn, the piece about why we added materiality, I think it was a straight replication of text from elsewhere, but again, we'll take a look, and it feels like a fairly large change, and yeah, absolutely, the point on timing about 240 is good, and we will, as you know, we've been in regular dialogue, and we'll continue to make sure we do that. Okay, I think actually materiality was an example of something that wasn't a test of control or a test of detail, but it's probably it's maybe not a big thing. We'll look at it if that's okay.
Okay. I think we're through conforming and consequential amendments. There's always another slide, I've learned.
Well, I've reached the end of my page, actually, so it's as much of a surprise for me as it is for everybody else. So if we move on to the next one, I think it's probably a next steps one. It isn't. There you go. So you're in luck. But in terms of next steps, obviously we are meeting tonight, well, hopefully a little bit earlier, but we're meeting today and tomorrow to work on what to turn to bring back to you. That's probably going to be the key discussion today. As I mentioned earlier, I would anticipate paragraph 9A, and we'll work out what we think it's reasonable for all of us to be able to sort of turn to get feedback. Our natural preference would be to try and get as much of the requirements and the kind of introduction objectives, what have you, to you as possible to get your feedback, so that we all feel we're in a good place for September. But recognizing that we've only got an hour, I think, on Friday, and people have other demands. So we'll try and work out tonight what we're going to bring back. We'll do that on Friday. Thank you.
Okay. Good session. Anyone want to raise anything on any lingering issues? My assessment is that we're in a good spot on audit evidence. People are raising substantive comments, but it doesn't seem like we're at a slew of fatal flaws dispersed that we have any significant risk, to borrow some terms that we tend to use in other audit standards on this topic. We're going to end early today. I'm sure Warren, who's in a different time zone, won't be too upset about that. Tomorrow we have sustainability assurance and going concern. I don't know if our task force and working consultation group chairs have anything to add. And I think the papers are so good they speak for themselves. And we'll have a really important discussion on both topics tomorrow. I think I'll leave it to the two task force that were due to meet later today, the PI task force in the orange room, the audit evidence task force in the green room. I even have the colors on my talking points to indicate orange and green. So thank you to the staff for that. They can meet whenever the rooms are ready. And the rooms are available. I just got whispered in my ear, so that's great. So meet when you want, and then you'll have an earlier evening free. I encourage people who haven't had time to get together in person to do that between now and then. And I look forward to a very productive day tomorrow. I am pretty sure we will require the full time tomorrow based upon the topics at hand. So thank you very much. Good session. Congratulations, Sue, and to the task force. Dan, Phil, all the members of the task force, thank you again for all your hard work. We're in good shape on this one, and we'll see everyone tomorrow.